Welcome everybody to today's live coverage of the 103rd British Chess Championships. And I always forget to put a name, but in case you don't know, my name is Niclas Huschenbeth, and next to me is the wonderful Fiona Steil-Antoni. I practiced just before we got started, so I do get it right today. And we have some
big news.
Big news?
We have some big news for all the Eggy fans out there.
Yes, indeed.
I chatted to Eggy last night on Facebook, and he has secured his GM norm because he was unfortunate enough to be paired against David Howell, and that rating average was enough for him to secure the GM norm. So even if he loses today, unluckily for him, he got the double black pieces, but he won't mind that right now. So from all of us here, many congratulations to Eggy on his, what is his second GM norm.
All right, yeah, congratulations, that's awesome, and I'm sure he doesn't mind. That's kind of the best situation to be in, right? Already have the norm secure. All he needs to do is show up to the game, but I'm sure he will manage. And then we also have some great or very important, crucial games today.
Big clash on board one. And maybe we can quickly remind you of the standings. So we have
Absolutely. Let me get the standings up.
Perfect.
Should we do?
So we have a sole leader on 7 out of 8, and that is top seed Mickey Adams. And he's followed by Gawain Jones. And Gawain is facing Mickey today with the white pieces. So he will try everything he can to get the full point here today. And then behind them, there are 4 players on 6 out of 8. Howell, Gormally, Justin Tan, and David Eggleston. So those two facing on board 2, Howell against David Eggleston. And on board 3, Justin Tan against Danny Gormally. Justin Tan, another player who's having an excellent tournament, and I did do a little bit of homework, and I asked what Justin needs a win today for GM norm. But even if he draws, this tournament is 11 rounds. He will probably get another chance tomorrow, and maybe even the day after tomorrow.
Right. And following those players to 6 points is a whole bunch of players with 5.5, total of 7. Of course, they can all still make an impact on the final results. You have to remember it's still 3 rounds to go, but of course it is very unlikely that any of those players will win the tournament. That's for sure. It will be one of the first 6 that I am pretty certain of.
And it's quite funny because you mentioned everything Eggy needs to do today is turn up at the board. Well, he also needs David Howell to turn up at the board, actually.
That's true.
And David, it's quite funny. I mentioned this yesterday, and many of you watching us will know this anyway. Both Davids, Eggy, David Howell, and myself are all teammates at Cheddleton, and I'm the team captain. And both of them often test my patience because both of them tend to be quite late to the games, especially David Howell, which is quite strange because he could do with all the time he has, seeing how much time he likes to spend on thinking. But yeah, no moves yet. That means David Howell is probably late, as he is for most games. So how about we start with the top game, Gawain Jones against Mickey Adams?
Sure. Yeah, I was just curious, have you ever asked either David what's the reasoning, like how come that they're always late?
I didn't ask David Eggleston. I talked about this quite extensively with David Howell, also about his being short on time.
Extensively?
Yeah, quite extensively. And I think he just likes to get rid of the pressure. Yeah, he doesn't want to sit there before the game starts.
Yeah, for some players that's a little bit uncomfortable because you're waiting there, waiting until you finally can start, and a lot of tension can build up indeed. So that's interesting, and I haven't heard this explanation before. But then you would still, I guess, expect him to be there like 1 minute after, or pretty much exactly on time.
David also likes his sleep. So, for example, at the Franciel on Sunday, we always play in the morning. So I sometimes have to make some phone calls to the players' rooms to make sure they are awake and they will turn up at the board. I remember I once called another player who is playing in the tournament, and I'm sure he won't mind me telling this, Keith Arkel, also one of our teammates. I called him 20 minutes after the round had started. He still wasn't at the board. And my phone call woke him up. So there you go. It's not always easy being a Forencial team captain, but always a lot of fun.
So you weren't playing then?
I was playing, but I made the phone call from reception.
Okay, I see. I thought you took out your phone.
Cheekily made a quick phone call during my game.
Right.
And Howell did make a move, so that's Eggy's GM norm right there.
Yep. That's all Eggy had to do. Show up, make some moves today. Worked out pretty nicely for him, of course, yesterday playing against Michael Adams, having a very high-rated opponent today again. And then this successive wins, 3 wins in a row, against Grandmasters, that really, of course, helped him to obtain his GM norm.
But for the tournament situation, of course, I mean, it's a great pairing seeing as it secured his norm, but being black against David Howell is going to be tough again,
right?
Obviously.
And let's go through the first moves of the top games. Once again, Gawain Jones choosing his pet opening, the C4 English, and Michael Adams is going for E6. And this might still transpose to a Catalan.
I'm seeing one of our moderators in the chat is questioning my phone call, even if it was made from reception. He's questioning whether I couldn't have been asking key phone moves. I guess I could, but I'm in the Forencial also. It's a very friendly tournament. I have never felt anyone suspecting anyone. Grandmasters chat to each other all the time, which they shouldn't be doing either. So if I'm standing making a phone call from reception 15 minutes into the game, I'm sure. Maybe it wasn't 100% following the rules, but I'm sure it's fine, especially if you're the team captain.
Yeah, it always depends on the league you're playing in, and if it's a more relaxed atmosphere, it's completely fine. So this might still transpose here. Well, even here, white could still transpose to a Catalan by playing d4, but Gawain is going a different route. He's playing b3, c5, e3, knight 6, bishop b2. And bishop b2 to me comes as a surprise, because usually you don't, at least that's my feeling, you don't want to allow black to go d4. So after knight c6, I think another typical move here is to take on d5 first and then play bishop b2 now, or even go d4. But Gawain went bishop b2 and Adams is going for d4, which is, I would say, the most critical move. And we have this reversed Benoni structure here, where, of course, white has some extra tempo, but this b3, bishop b2, I like to say it hasn't helped him really, because the bishop is misplaced. Of course, you are exerting some pressure on d4 right now, but this pawn is securely defended. And then later you need to move the bishop again. Also b3 doesn't help, because usually you want to go a3, b4 anyway. So interesting opening choice. Probably Gawain knows more about this line than I do, and he has prepared something here. Because usually, to my mind, this is quite comfortable for black. Should we go to the next game?
Yeah, let's check Eggy's game.
And another c4. That's all they do, Gawain and David. Knight f6.
Although David did play e4 against Mickey Adams, but lost, so...
I didn't see that game. And now he played e4 too. Okay. So this is an interesting line. d5 takes, e5, d4 also might exist, but okay, knight e4, knight f3, and knight c6. I have to be honest, this is pretty new to me, all of this. So we can consult our opening tree here on Chess24, and you guys can do that too if you wish. You can go to opening tree or also the database. In the tabs below, there's games and standings, multi-board analysis, and so on. And there you can check it out. And I was just wondering, d4 in this position also exists. It is even the main move, but knight e4 also has been played over 200 times. And then knight f3, knight c6, and here the clear main move is bishop b5 in this position. Other moves also have been played, but much less. So bishop b5 we can expect.
And by the way,
David.
talking about these English openings, there was a tweet from KZ Chess. He's saying, did anyone tell Gawain Jones that this is not a thematic tournament? Hashtag C4, hashtag English.
I think nobody told him. He probably thought, well, you know, it's a British championship. It's just what you have to do.
Yeah.
Play c4 in every game. Well, so we'll see how this develops. I'm just curious. Bishop b5, and then black has different moves at his disposal. Bishop e7, bishop c5, or knight takes c3. And it seems that Eggy is prepared here for this line. You mentioned yesterday, I think, that Eggy is usually well prepared.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting. Cremmy10 in the chat is saying that apparently David, I guess he means David Howell, played the black side of this against Gawain. Or maybe
really?
Which David? Let us know which David. Could be Eggy. So Eggy hasn't. Did Eggy play again? I'm not sure Eggy even played it. Either way, let us know, Cremmy, which David, but I guess he means David Howell.
Okay, well then, of course, David Howell will be also quite familiar with this particular line. Alright, I would say we continue our little beginning tour, and Mr. Dodge is pointing out C4 isn't the British opening. Yeah, I know. I do know that. Here, this is interesting because Gormally has played this line at least twice, to my knowledge already, with the white piece in this tournament. This bishop b5 check and knight d7.
And it was confirmed David Howell did play the opening by Durbrain, John Naylor. Hi, John. So David will be very familiar with the position as well.
Okay, interesting. And here, this is the topical line everybody likes to play right now. Usually black plays a6 first.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what I want to point out. And the reason is, actually that's what Gormally had the same position here. After a6 he played the bishop all the way back to f1.
Mm-hmm.
And by playing a6 first, you don't give white this additional option. So curious. It is curious to me that Gormally is also not playing a6 at this point. I'm not sure what he doesn't like about it. But Tan doesn't take advantage of this option. He just goes bishop d3 anyway. Okay, e5 here. Black has many choices. In my own video series against the anti-Sicilians, but I think, only published it in German, I recommend the move e6. Another main move is the move b5. There's a lot of theory here. And for those of you who are interested in this, Robin van Kampen just recently published a series on, well, he just published 2 series, and against the Sicilian, complete repertoire, and in the second part of this repertoire, he covers this in quite some detail. e5 is of course also possible. Now c3 and bishop e7, and this actually more so leads to positions we know from the Royal Opus, and not so much reminds us of typical Sicilian positions, obviously also because it is not an open Sicilian. So we shall see how this
And there's
continues.
just a question from Dover Beach in the chat asking what the story is behind David Howell's chess-themed sweatband. Do you all wear them? No, it's not a team thing. But David has been wearing this sweatband for as long as I've known him, which is quite a long time. But he told me, what I can reveal, he has a few of them. So it's not been the same for the last 10 years or so. There are a couple and they do get washed sometimes. But no, it's not a team thing.
All right, and Bramot is dropping some knowledge here. He's saying, In the opening, Robin recommends to move bishop f1 here, which makes a lot of sense because you usually have to move the bishop again from d3 anyway, right? Because you need to get out of the way. So it makes sense to put the bishop on f1 right away. Maybe Justin just wants to stay in his variations that actually sometimes happen, and you have a choice to transpose to what you know or the choice to do something even better. And then you have to think, what do I do? And Brahman is also pointing out that in many cases the bishop after e5 goes back to f1. Here though, after bishop e7, Justin did play bishop c2. And I also remember looking at this a little bit, and I do remember sometimes this is move c4, which could be annoying. And I'm not sure if it is right here. Maybe it's possible here. But
He's saying he meant...
Yeah, after 6 e5.
Yeah,
So Brahman is saying 6 e5. Then in those lines the bishop draws back to f1. Could be that c4 is an option here. Not sure. But in either case, Gormally did play castle, now d4. So that, just to point out, that would be a difference putting the bishop on f1, of obviously not allowing black to go c4. And now d4, and yeah, just seems like a more or less typical Royal Lopez position, of course with some differences, right? The knight is on d7 already, and might be, in fact, kind of transposed to a Breyer variation. If black plays something like b5, goes bishop b7, because from the Royal Lopez Breyer variation, black usually plays the knight back from c6 to b8 and then to d7. So this is all fairly normal stuff, and we'll see how this develops, but yeah, complex position.
This is a game I'm looking forward to because I think both players are coming from a good tournament. Danny yesterday was awarded Game of the Day for his game against Chris Ward with this nice exchange sacrifice followed by a mating attack. And Justin Tan, as I pointed out earlier, he needs a win today for a GM norm, which I think sometimes can be in black's favor, you know, if white over pushes, but maybe not as much today because even a draw, as I said, he will get another chance.
Right.
But yeah, this will be a very interesting encounter and quite a lot at stake because there's also, of course, the tournament situation.
Yeah, that's a huge game for Justin, and of course it is always pressure, you know. You don't get a shot at these Grandmaster norms very often. And then when you do have a shot, then, well, the nerves can also play a role here.
Which I think is great for Eggy, that he has already secured the norm before the game, so he can play
Oh yeah, I mean, that's
today.
just a perfect situation, really, how this worked out for him beautifully. And Pramod is confirming, actually, that in this position, c4 might be a good choice for black, and that is why bishop f1 is more precise. But Gormally didn't go for this, he just castled after bishop c2. So now white gets this d4 in without any problems, and things doing quite well. Typical plans, of course, include bringing the knight to g3 via d2 and f1. So we shall see.
Yeah, I wanted to move on, maybe come back to Nick Pert later on, because there are a couple of questions earlier in the chat. I wanted to go to Keith Arkel's game.
Sure, your friend Keith Arkel.
My friend Keith Arkel, because people were saying in the chat earlier, Kramitan was saying, speaking of Keith, he has played the Scandinavian today, and Ninja Mutant Hedgehog said, yeah, what happened to Keith's Caro-Kann? And again, Keith, I think it's quite interesting. He's very outspoken about his tournaments, even during the tournament on Facebook. And a few days ago, he said, yeah, I haven't played the Caro-Kann yet, and I will bring it out when people least expect it. So not today, maybe in the last round, who knows. But what I was going to say about Keith is that a lot of people, including myself, were wondering why he played 1 c5 against Eggy 2 days ago. And this morning, actually just before coming here, I saw Keith wrote a massive post explaining his thought and decision process behind picking 1 c5. So I think if you're interested in that, which I found it quite interesting to understand and to see his reasoning. I think Keith's Facebook profile is open, completely open. So even if you're not friends with him, you can check that out if you too are wondering what's going on inside Keith Arkel's mind.
Yeah, I mean, there's some interesting insights, certainly, what's going on in a Grandmaster's mind when he prepares for a game. Of course, there are a lot of factors to consider, right? You want to surprise your opponent, you maybe want to get a psychological edge. Really, you can spend a lot of time thinking about and pondering what is the best opening move, but in the end, you pretty much always only know after the game in hindsight. Hindsight?
Hindsight.
I always mix this up. Anyway, today he played the Scandinavian and he went for this line of Queen d6, which is not the main move here. Queen a5 is the most popular move, but this is also quite solid for black. Here black has two choices, a6 or c6. I think c6 is more solid, I would say. And here h3 is of course possible, aimed against bishop g4, but I think knight e5 might be a little bit more critical. And this is a line Tiviakov is a huge expert in, Sergei Tiviakov, the Dutch Grandmaster. But I think it promises white a little bit of something. Anyway, h3, g6, bishop d3, bishop g7, castle, castle, rook e1, knight bd7, bishop g5. And a few more moves have been played. Knight b6, queen d2, bishop e6. Yeah, black's just developing his pieces. And of course, white is having space advantage. But the idea of Scandinavian general is saying, okay, I'll give you the center. That's fine. But I'm going to have a pretty solid position. And I just want to get my pieces out and get a game. Even though I might be slightly worse out of the opening, that's okay. I can deal with that. And I think, yeah, black's looking fine here. Knight c4 is in the air. Looks like a rather normal position. And doesn't strike me as white has gained a lot here out of the opening.
Okay, so let's move on to the board we're going to go earlier. Board number 4. Nick Pert against the young Marcus Osborne.
Right. Yeah, Nick Pert yesterday having a tough loss against Gawain Jones, his first in the tournament. And today he's playing against Marcus Osborne, who's having a really good tournament. Marcus Osborne at the moment, let me see, where is he?
Would be easier if you checked on the pairings for me.
Yeah. He is winning about 20 rating points. He has beaten a Grandmaster already, drew against 2 IMs. So he's doing well. So let's see what's going on here. Knight f3, b6. Okay. Bishop f4 and the London system here employed by Mr. Pert. e3, e6, knight bd2. Now h3 is always important move to not let black exchange the bishop on a4 via h5. Castle, bishop d3, d6, castle, knight bd7, bishop h2. And you know, I've played this line myself as black. Not sure if in a tournament game, but certainly in some blitz games, and I always find it quite uncomfortable, to be honest. White usually does something like this, puts the pawn c3 and then goes a4. Let's just make some moves here and wants to bother you with a5 and a6 and things along this line. And you know, I never really know where to play with black when this bishop always is bothering me here. Either case, if you go c5 or e5, this bishop is always exerting some force on this long h2 b8 diagonal. So I always find it a little bit unpleasant to play for black or to face it as black. Do you have any experience with that line?
No, not at all.
Actually, it's going into a completely different direction. because Nick Pert took the chance here to go e4. That also seems very reasonable indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, knight f8. Yeah. Well, it's just having a nice center now, obviously. But the black position is quite solid, on the other hand.
Yeah, I think again we're in for a long maneuvering game here.
Possibly.
But I think Nick Pert will be very happy with this position.
Yeah, I mean the opening definitely went in his favor.
Okay, shall we have a look at Mark Hebden? Again, Mark Hebden is slightly below these players in the standings, but he's assigned to board 5 and he ground out a win yesterday in an ending against, I believe, Peter Batchelor. Could be mistaken.
No,
it wasn't another
wasn't
of the
Peter
youngsters.
Batchelor.
It was because Peter Batchelor was playing Peter Wells.
Yep.
Then it was
Somebody else. He won his game yesterday, but
It was Adam Taylor, yeah.
he doesn't have a great tournament so far, but he could still repair that.
Yeah.
I mean, still 3 rounds to go, and could still make an impact on the top boards. Because we have to remind ourselves, after today, I think, the top 3, Howell, Gawain, and Adams, all have faced each other.
Mm-hmm.
So they will play players who they haven't played yet, obviously, and especially with 11 rounds, then suddenly you get players being kind of taken upwards.
Catapulted.
Is that the word?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're taken to the top boards, even though they have way less points.
And Matt is asking why Hebden is always on board 5. It's because of the lighting in the playing hall. Apparently Mark has been complaining that he's struggling because it's a bit dark, eyesight problems, as pointed out by Mr. Dodgy. So he has been assigned to board 5, which you don't know, could be close to the window or something. That's what I imagine.
Right. And he's playing the King's Indian today. We're seeing this variation, which I don't know the name of. Knight f3, e5, d5, and now this very typical going a5 to prepare knight c5. The knight is not going to be hit by b4 anytime soon. Knight d2, knight c5, bishop e2, bishop d7, g4, and now c6. And
Pramod is asking if it's the, but I wasn't even going to pronounce it because then I'll just embarrass.
Averbach.
Yeah, I should really know how to.
Variation.
Yeah.
Neil. Where's Neil?
It's this game. Neil Bridge.
Oh, Neil Bridge. Yes. Probably. Pramod, you're right. And Pramod is has watched all the series by Robin. Robin suggests going c5 instead of e5 when bishop g5 is played. Yeah, I think there are many ways for black to play here, but thanks Pramod for giving me an opportunity to plug once again. Also here, Robin van Kam has made an excellent series on the King's Indian. And Robin, of course, being a pretty strong theoretician, he has worked with Anish Giri, who is arguably the best prepared player in the world. And he has made a series here on Chess24 for anybody who's interested in it. So here in these lines, it's quite a complex battle because the king often stays in the center. You can see white has gone g4 and probably will maybe push even more so in the future. And black is trying to play a little bit on the queen side. But it's quite interesting. Actually, you know, back in the day, a long time ago, I've played the King's Indian for a number of years. Wasn't that successful, so I switched to something else. But I like those structures because white is not doing too much. You know, usually what happens is black plays on the king side, pushes the pawns forward, and white plays on the queen side. And then if you're not careful, you get run. run over. And here it's more even. Black's also playing on the queen side, and white is going to take a long time, it feels like to me, to create anything. On the other hand, it's interesting here because black is careful and it's not easy to go f5, which is usually a typical move in the King's Indian, because that would open some files against the black king.
And by the way, Pramod hasn't just watched Robin series, he's also watched yours. And he will try to remember it if he sees the Nimzo c5.
Yeah. All right, great.
Okay, let's move on
to Chris Ward against John Epps. Chris yesterday losing against Gormally in a quite exciting game, playing against John Epps, who's coming from a win yesterday. And this is in fact a Nimzo, Pramod, so you can drop your knowledge here as well if you like to. This is an unusual line, G3. One of the rarest lines against the Nimzo, which is surprising, right? Because it seems like such a natural move. But it just doesn't work in this combination that well. Here, I think I recommend d5, but probably castle first doesn't make a difference. Bishop g2 and d5. Now a3. And I might be wrong. Probably Pramod can correct me on it, but I might suggest taking on c3 here. Bishop e7 also looks quite reasonable. I know there are some lines where black can take on c3 and just take on c4 as well. Might have been here, but maybe not. Either case, bishop e7, c takes d5, e takes d5, knight h3. Bring the knight to f4, c6. Knight f4, knight a6, castle, knight 7. We have this classical Karlsbad structure. Everybody loves the structure. It is the structure of white having 2 pawns here and black having this structure b7, c6, d5, and there's this minority attack. Possibility of going b4, b5, attacking the queenside pawns. Yeah, I think the opening went decent for black, but not a position to particularly get excited about.
Well, people in the chat are getting excited, or at least Crummy10 is getting excited about the board number 10, where Peter Wells is playing, I believe. An exciting Grunfeld.
Yeah, this is all theory, I'm pretty sure. I would bet. White sacrificed this pawn on a2. I always found these positions to be so sketchy for black. Like, why would I like to go into this? This just looks uncomfortable, to say the least. You always have to worry about your queen not being trapped. White has the center. Of course, yeah, you have won a pawn, but let's be honest, this is crazy dangerous. I would be so afraid my opponent has prepared something deep and it's just going to kill me in the opening.
And also Peter Wells is a very well prepared player. He has been the coach of the English national team for a long time, and he's also worked with Luke McShane, especially when Luke was still more active, quite a lot, so he knows his stuff. Right,
and this position has still been played 10 times, according to the database here on Chess24. b6 and bishop takes f3 are the moves to go.
And very good results for white. Maybe not after b6.
Yeah, b6 seems to be the best and was even played by some very strong players. Rajabov against Sweetler in 2013 was the game. So Sweetler, the Grunfeld expert himself, is gone for this line, but I mean, for me personally, it would not be for me. That's for sure. I like to have positions where I'm not that close to kind of losing out of the opening already.
There was a question for us from Toyin Oladele, wondering when the last time was we played in a tournament. I even had to think for a while.
Really? Okay, well I can start. That was at the end of March. I played in a Grandmaster tournament in Charlotte.
Been a while.
Yeah.
It's been
Yeah.
a long time.
Like 5 months.
Oh. I don't know. I don't know.
You expect me to play
I mean,
more.
5 months is quite a long break without a tournament. No?
That is true. It actually went really well. But yeah, that was at the Charlotte Chess Club in North Carolina in the United States. Great tournament. But yeah, this summer, usually I play in Hamburg, St. Pauli Open. Well, because I live in Hamburg, so it makes a lot of sense. It's also a great tournament. But this year there was no edition, unfortunately. So I couldn't play it, and nothing else really stood out to me. Where I was
So
like,
you're not going to play until you go back to university?
no, I'm not going to play. I'm half retired at the moment, it seems.
Luckily, there are all these tournaments we can comment on.
Yeah, I stay active. Still get my daily dose of chess, that's for sure. But how about you? What was your last
I
tournament?
did play. Finally remembered French League was my last in early June. I didn't do very well, but my team managed to stay up. So that was the main thing. And now I'm going to try and do better at the Olympiad, which is coming up in less than a month.
That's exciting. Have
And-
you ever been to Azerbaijan?
No, never. So that's another thing I'm looking forward to. I like to go as many new countries as I can. And Open Up is asking me if I've made any progress. I said I was going to organize an open day here at Chess 24 in Hamburg. I haven't really made much progress because all these commentary gigs came up, but I was thinking of August, but then that was too late. So I will try to do it sometime in the autumn, Open Up. Okay, maybe let's check back with the top boards.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, not anything surprising has happened here. Bishop c5, knight e5, takes, bishop d6, rook e1, e5. I'm really curious what Gawain's plan was, because this just looks so comfortable for black already. I would definitely prefer black here.
And black has only spent 5 minutes, so it looks like Mickey surprised Gawain somewhere. Or...
Maybe you can also consult the all-knowing database on Chess24. Maybe there was a new move by Adam somewhere, or maybe a rare move. Who knows? In this line somewhere. No, but not really. I mean, this is all fairly standard.
Very strange. I'm also confused.
Yeah,
by what
I mean,
happened.
here after bishop c5, knight e5 is not the main move. a3 or bishop a3, but all these moves, I mean, you're not playing for an advantage after a3, just a5. And if knight e5, yeah, that's what happened in the game. White just takes twice, goes bishop d6, gets e5, and that's great. And like I said, those two moves, you know, White has spent them, but they really don't help him. Now this exact situation has occurred where this bishop is just biting on the pawn on d4 and it's not having any impact. And black has a space advantage, and to my mind it's already more comfortable. So this opening seems to not have gone great for Gawain.
And I think a draw today would be a good result for Mickey. He would be assured of still being in the sole lead. Am I? Yeah.
Yeah.
He would be on 7.5 out of 9, making sure nobody could catch him. And I think Mickey has played, I'm just checking, Mickey has played Gawain and David Howell, but also the 4th seed Nick Pert. So
Who else could stop him after this game, really?
Yeah.
That would be very surprising. And Gawain has played the first new move in this position. Knight e2 was still played here and bishop a3. But Gawain is going queen c2, hinting at the possibility of going c5. Which...
Pramod has another question if you scroll down.
Pramod, being very active in the chat, we love it, that's great. Bishop takes d4, sacrificing exchange was suggested by Engines. So this is going back to this position, I suppose. Bishop takes d4. Yeah, okay. You can sacrifice the exchange. But I don't know, I mean, it just doesn't feel like it's... I mean, it's possible, but I don't think Black's any difficulties here. Yeah, it's true, I still need to finish my development. But maybe I can just play... Yeah, it's not so easy to suggest a move right now. Maybe knight d7 after all. Bishop b2. And then go e5. Maybe knight c5 here. Yeah, interesting exchange sacrifice. But, well, I don't think would be very critical for Black. But interesting. But none of this has happened. Queen c2 now on the board, threatening to go c5.
Yeah, and it looks like Mickey just got a very comfortable position out of the opening. He could even
be better,
be
yeah.
better already.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just developing the bishop now makes a lot of sense. To f5 maybe. I don't think white can go c5. Because of rook c8, but I just noticed I shouldn't blunder the b7 pawn probably, so maybe not develop the bishop. Because that's just not necessary to give this pawn. No, that's not necessary. So another move, probably queen c7 then, simply. Defend the pawn on b7 and also stop c5. And Ewok is asking, what is your opinion on these anti-Benoni systems or reverse Benoni? Yeah, I already told you what my opinion is. I don't like it for white. Because you're playing this line, but you're spending the two extra moves, or the extra moves you have because you're white, you're spending it on moves that really don't help you in the Benoni. That is b3, bishop b2. So I said a while back, this move here, bishop b2, came as a surprise to me, allowing d4. I think the way to go is to play c takes d5 at this point. And then I think e takes d5, d4. And that's a different cup of tea. So I'm not a huge fan of what Gawain did here in the opening. It seems like Black has easily equalized and even gotten already a more comfortable position.
Okay, so let's come back to that later. Move on to board number 2, where Cremmy10, also very active today in the chat, is informing us that Aggie has deviated from what Howell played in round 6, but there are similar themes. Computer says Black should play bishop d7 here, which he just did.
Happened.
But can he play bishop f5 in the same way that David did in round 6, sacrificing a pawn?
Really?
So this was the game, what did he say? Gawain against David Howell.
This was the game? Oh no, this was in a similar fashion here, I think he meant.
Let me see, I'll just look it up.
But this, I mean, this would be surprising if this works. I'm going to win another pawn here on d5. And I don't even know what to suggest for Black here.
Yeah, no, David had castled already. So
yeah, so this is not possible.
Yeah.
Here you just lose another pawn on d5, king f8, just queen takes d5.
So David had played on move 7.
Here?
No, but okay, here d4 was played instead of bishop b5 in that game between Gawain.
No.
No, not even. No.
Here David played bishop f5 instead of knight c6. Okay, yeah, that's just different story. Here bishop d7 was necessary to protect the knight on c6. Alright. And yeah, the question is, what about those pawns in the center? Can I grab any? What about this one? Can I grab this pawn? That's what I'm wondering. Can I just take this pawn? Is anything going on here? What is black doing? Knight b4. Just bishop takes d7 and d4.
I'm not even threatening. I mean, black isn't even.
Well, I mean, you can give a check
Okay,
at least.
But let's say if I just
Castle?
Or d4 looks perfectly.
Yeah,
fine as
d4
well.
looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm struggling a little bit. Oh, d4 might be queen b5. Annoying. Knight d3 and now stopping white from castling. So that would be probably good for, or at least okay for black. And what about castle? Now.
Now what?
Yeah. I mean, I could play knight d3, but that means I'm giving up another pawn. And sure, I do have some compensation here. Yeah, I mean, this knight is really strong on d3. But really interesting that Eggy, it appears like he is sacrificing a pawn. Also, besides knight takes e4, as Brahman is pointing out, there's also the move knight takes d5, which also needs to be looked at. But here maybe knight c5 or a6. Maybe a6 I also like. Actually, I really like a6. But the problem is it's not threatening anything. White could just castle here because of the a takes b5. This queen takes a8. Not sure how to evaluate this position, but of course white can also make a more useful move than castle maybe. But I think a6 must be the way to go. If white moves the bishop, then of course black can just take an oh, hold on. Knight on e4 is hanging.
Yeah, but...
Should not forget.
Yeah, I saw that, but that's not a big...
Well, right now, yeah, if white takes on e4, I can take on b5. But
Yeah.
even this, I mean, this is still a pawn.
Yeah.
No.
Well, at least Aggie has managed to get David thinking.
Yeah, but I just sacrificing a pawn like that?
But what were his options beside bishop d7?
I don't know. I guess castle. I mean,
Castle,
it seems all these moves involve a sacrifice of some sort. And white again has a choice between taking on c6
On e4.
or taking on e4. Really interesting. Yeah, knight takes d5. Maybe knight c5 again after all. Yeah, I think I like knight c5. And then maybe I can follow up with something like bishop f5 in some cases. Let's say queen c2. And maybe I can play a6. You move the bishop.
Can I even... Oh, no. No, can I take on...
e7 or
No, wait,
c6?
No, don't mind me.
Bishop c4. And I don't know. So
And yeah,
bishop
Tom
g4.
Randall agrees that the point seems to be that knight takes e4 is met by a6.
Really?
I immediately.
Ah, immediately. That's nice. That's nice. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So what if I retreat the bishop?
With the bishop? Where do you want to go? e2?
Yeah, no, knight.
Probably have another intermediate move, as we like to call them.
I was wondering if you could even go knight b4, but probably there isn't anything after queen b3.
Knight
or
b4
queen
also
e1.
looks great, honestly. I mean, now taking on e4.
Yeah.
This looks great for black. Yeah, so knight takes e4 doesn't seem to work.
And Tom Rendit likes black here.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to sort out also what happens after knight takes d5.
So what after a6 here?
Yeah, after a6, I think we can just take on
Okay,
e4 or castle. But let's just say queen takes e4. And now I castle. You go bishop e6. I mean, it's a pawn. You take on e7, play d4. It's a pawn.
Also, again, if it's the first time you're watching us, we're not using engines. So it's very possible we miss things every now and then.
Yeah, probably missing things left and right already. But yeah, a6, queen takes e4. I mean, sure, black has some compensation, but not sure if it's enough. So the only other move really that
Okay, let's take a cheat moment. A quick cheat moment.
All right.
I'm quite curious about
Yeah,
this one.
so a6 and knight c5 are the engine suggestions, and I was just about to say the other only sensible move is knight c5. And now we're saying queen c2, which there's of course this common trick that I have missed. Point is, if take on d7, black just takes back. Can even take back with the queen here, which is quite nice. And play queen not queen e6, but queen takes d5, of course. My bad. So after knight c5, white needs to go queen f4.
Pramod is making an interesting point, saying David Howell might spend his whole 1 hour on this move. So I think from a practical point of view, sacrificing a pawn like that is very interesting. Could also just be a good move anyway. But, you know, it could very well be that David is now going to spend a lot of time on this position.
Yeah, and here, honestly, it seems white is keeping his pawn at least. The computer is giving equal. But, yeah, not that clear to me. Knight e6, queen g3. Okay, now stuff like h5. Okay. Well.
But this is a lot more Eggy territory than the game he had against Mickey yesterday, where it was just, you know, had a passive position, had to shuffle his pieces around. If he gets a more active position where he can calculate with some tactical motives, that's a lot more,
Yeah, absolutely. This seems to be very dynamic. And white kind of needs to do something. You cannot just go d4, something like that, because black is threatening to go a6, and you don't want to take on c6, really. You don't want to just give your nice light squared bishop against a knight. But you cannot move the knight at the bishop either. It's just knight takes e5. Always this problem with the discovered attack on the queen. So I think you probably need to take either d5 or e4. Otherwise this queen a4 move just didn't make a lot of sense. So yeah, there's a lot to calculate here, and we can probably expect David Howell to spend a good amount of time.
Yeah. And this is just a perfect situation for Eggy. He has secured his norm already, so he can play today's game completely freely. And I think this position out of the opening has gone well for him against David Howell. I think one of the things we always say in differential is that one of Eggy's weaknesses is endgames. He seems to always struggle in a lot of endgames. So I was thinking it would be a lot better for David Howell to take Eggy into a, you know, positional borrowing position where Eggy couldn't make use of his tactical abilities and calculating abilities, just, you know, play a borrowing game and then slowly outplay him like he always does, you know.
Right.
So
yeah,
that's why I say I think this has gone well for Eggy.
Yeah, and we won't see an endgame anytime soon here.
And someone, Jack Smith, is asking, Eggy has his norm already. Seems like you missed the start of the show. We started off the show by saying for all the Eggy fans out there, Eggy has secured his norm already, regardless of the result today. I briefly chatted to Eggy last night, congratulated him. He found out last night. So yeah, he has his norm already.
Yep. Moving on to the game Justin Tan versus
Talking of norms.
Danny Gormally. Talking of norms, Justin Tan is needing a win today to secure a Grandmaster norm. I don't know how many he has already or what he still needs to become a GM. Probably still quite a bit because he's on rating 2438.
But he's quite young.
Yeah.
He's really quite young. He was living in the UK. The reason why he's entitled to play in the British Championships is because he was studying in the UK and he's just finished doing that. So I, again, read on Facebook that this is his last tournament, and after this he's moving back to Australia, and I think he's going to become a lawyer. So probably a bit more studying to do, but chess will probably take a back seat for a bit after this tournament for him.
Yeah, so he's probably still
And
far
Wendigo
away.
is saying he has one norm already.
Okay.
As has Eggy actually, so this could be a second norm for both of them.
Nice. And Pramod is asking what are the plans for black in this position. And d5, of course, a very important move. Fixing the pawn structure for now, closing the center. And yeah, what is black doing? Black's going to play on the queen side, most likely. Somewhere or the other, but it's not that easy, honestly. It's not that easy to open up files or anything. And I usually like these positions for white. White has more space and can try to do some stuff potentially in the future on the king side. It really, of course, also depends what black is doing. But there are certain ideas.
Did you see the question by illusion? I was just busy in the chat myself, so I'm not sure.
Asking again, seems to me that if white allows his anti-assassin to go into closed, Roy, who wins the tempo war? The tempo war. Well, this is not really... I mean, it hasn't transposed into Roy Lopez directly as far as I'm concerned. There are some advantages, and Pramod also pointed out, since, well, we kind of approach a prior variation, it's still a little bit different because prior usually bishop goes to b7, but what Pramod was pointing out, white hasn't played h3, wasn't necessary in this line, and I think in general white has done well here. I think this line favors white a little bit, at least remembering from my own analysis when I checked this line. I never like to go into the e5 lines as black. I rather went for e6 because I found it's just slightly more comfortable for white to play, and this d5 move very typical, just securing the space advantage for white, and white can also try to play on both sides, but will most likely more so play on the king side. Knight h4, knight f5 ideas. Of course, black can always answer this with g6. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how this game continues. It's a huge and very rich strategic struggle here for both sides. These Roy Lopez positions, I remember my coach back in the day, he used to say, you need to play the Roy Lopez in your life because it adds so much value in terms of strategic understanding to your game. I never did. Yeah, I just avoided them with both colors. But yeah, there's a lot going on because all the pieces are still on the board. Look at this, not a single exchange yet. So the more pieces you have, of course, in a position, the more complexity there is.
And then he just played c4.
Yeah, c4 is also very typical. And here, white cannot really go b4 right now, because then you wouldn't have a good answer to a5, which usually would want to answer with either a3 or possibly even a4. But here after a3 you cannot take back with the a pawn because of this pin, and you don't want to take with the c pawn, giving black a passed pawn on c4. So white will just keep it as it is and play something else like bishop d2 maybe to protect the pawn on c3, and also possibly having this option later to go b4. And then yeah, I'm not sure if h3 or h4 in the future, but some stuff is going to happen here in this direction, some sorts. So we shall see. Justin needs a win for his Grandmaster norm, but he's not desperate. He will not take all the risks there are, because there's still 3 more rounds to go, so you can also make a round out of 10 games or 11.
And I was going to ask the same question actually as Nick2504. You were talking about your coach. Who was your coach?
He's not that well known, I would think. His name is Wolfgang Peiken, FIDE master here from Hamburg. He was coach of the year a few years ago in I don't know. In Germany, he was coach of the year. He has also worked with Rasmus Swane, who I think recently has also become a grandmaster, and he has coached many youth players, or has been involved for a long time in German chess, or German youth chess.
And by the way, Mickey Adams played your suggestion Queen c7, which was a very logical move.
Exactly, very logical. Supporting b7, supporting e5, stopping c5, and white has played knight d2, and now bishop f5, which seems like a natural development square for the bishop, aiming against the pawn d3. Some lines might support e4, who knows for right now, but black is just playing some useful moves here. And black has just the space advantage.
Yeah, I have to say I really like this for black already.
Yeah, and if Mickey wins this, I mean,
I said yesterday, I think then it's just over.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. If he wins this, he can probably just draw his last two games, more or less.
Which even this I doubt.
Right, because he has played all the strong players. Yeah. He has played the 4, or let's say the number 2 to 5 in the list. And
there's still a lot of solid grandmasters in the field. He, for example, he drew against Peter Wells. So there are players like Keith Arkel, like Mark Hebden, which are by no means an easy win for Mickey. But yeah, he's faced his main opposition.
Right, already. Absolutely. I mean, if he wins this, he pretty much wins the title. Yeah. This can be said more or less.
Let's continue our tour. There was another game I wanted to have a look at, because there's also a title to be distributed in the women. So the top ranked women in the tournament gets the British women's title, I believe. Mm-hmm. And Jovanka Huska is back on the top boards, and she's facing Tamas Fodor, who's not having a great tournament. So I wanted to see what was going on there.
Yeah, Jovanka on 5.5 out of 8, and she was paired down to Fodor, who's on 5 out of 8. Fodor has already lost 3 games in the tournament, and he's not drawn any. He has not drawn any. Every game is decisive, which, yeah, of course, adds a lot of ups and downs to his tournament. This is looking quite comfortable for white, I would say. Having the bishop here, let's just go quickly through the opening. 95 here, Tamas secured the bishop here, and of course the bishop on g2 is a strong force. t3. What is speaking for black here, or what's in black's favors, of course. Black has a little bit more space, but overall, I would probably prefer white. I'm a huge fan of the bishop here. bishop f8 and h3. And this will be probably a longer game. Slow play by both sides. What is your stand on the bishop pair?
Yeah.
Do you like the knight pair?
I like knights, but bishops are... I prefer the tricky knights. But yeah, this is just a position where I feel like I yet have to get excited about this. Not too much happening at the moment. So we'll come back to this once it's heated up. And maybe people were wondering in the chat about Mark Hebden's game. So maybe we can go there.
Yeah, for now.
And for you Eggy fans, those of you following the Howell Eggy game, David Howell is still thinking. I think he's been thinking over 20 minutes now. So
yeah, not surprising.
It's going to be interesting to see what he decides on.
Like we said, it is a position with much to calculate.
Yeah.
All right. So I was gonna say the king will stay in the center more or less. Well, the alternative was to castle queenside. That's what Neil Bridge has done. And they have played a lot of moves already, one has to say. So let's just go through the last couple of moves. a4 makes sense to bring the queen to a5. Nice square for the queen. Now, of course, what black would like to do is go b5, b4. The problem, though, is that if b5, white could take on c6 first, and then take on b5. And, well, that's a little bit unfortunate. No tactics here. So, this is why Mark Hebden took on d5. Now, bishop takes f6. Yeah, if knight takes d5, you don't want to do this, because here, now if c takes d5, black's very happy to go b5 and b4, and black will be quite fast with his attack. And also e takes d5 is also not what you want here. Black can also go b5. This is just a dream. Of course, you need to be a little bit careful of bishop e7, but in general, b5 will come sooner or later. And this is just a dream. Nice attack. So bishop takes f6, absolutely mandatory. Bishop takes f6, knight takes d5, bishop retreats to g7, and now g5. And yeah, the question is if Mark will still go b5 here. g5 is interesting. There is this idea possibly sometimes to go knight f6, but I think black can probably just still do it. I mean, of course you need to check some things. For example, what happens here if c takes b5? There could be a problem that I might lose the exchange if I'm not careful, and I might just not have enough compensation for it. So, could be that I still need to prepare it, and actually Mark is doing something else, which makes a lot of sense, going knight e6, aiming to put the knight on a beautiful square on d4, and also hitting the pawn on g5. So knight f3 seems to be the most natural option.
Of course I am looking at knight f6 and trying to mate
you. But problem is
very far
the queen
away.
is far away, and I'll just probably pick up this pawn if I want to. Queen d8. Just pick it up. Yeah, you don't have a follow-up here. But always certainly a move to consider. Yeah, knight e6. Knight f3. And probably now he's going to go b5. That's what I'm thinking, more or less. Also, sometimes black can also consider going knight f4, because white never wants to take this knight. I would just, unleash the monster on g7. So you can really never do that. Question would be though, what is the knight doing on f4 for now? Maybe not too much. But yeah, the whole position seems quite nice for black in general, because, yeah, white will still take some time.
And he has just played knight e6.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
You saw that. Oh, sorry.
No problem. So h4 is maybe h4 move here as well, but that would just allow knight d4. That looks uncomfortable. Now again b5. Yeah, and I think
white is too slow? I
think white is too slow, I would say. That's my feeling. But could be a sharp struggle. It's just my feeling that white will be too slow.
This is a game, for example, I get much more excited about than Tamas Fodor
understand.
against Jovanka Huska.
I think we all do.
And there's been another request from Jim West. He wants to have a quick look at Chris Ward against John Ems. And he is wondering, so that's the game just below. He is wondering if you can explain what King H1 is all about.
Yeah, I saw that request earlier in the chat. Yeah, King H1 looks like quite a mysterious move.
Very prophylactic.
No, I cannot explain this move, I'm sorry. King H1. Nah, I've not seen something like this before.
Could it have anything to do with bringing the knight via H3? No, surely not.
No, I guess he just wants to move the king already out of the way when he plays f3. Just in case there's anything on this diagonal. I mean, that would be my only explanation. Yeah, maybe he didn't like c5 here. I don't really know. No, I don't know. King h1, rook e8, f3. Yeah, and usually that's very typical. White goes for one of those two plans. Either play on the queen side and go for this minority attack, or play in the center, prepare f3 and play e4. It really always depends where the knight is standing, because with the knight on f3, of course, it's much more difficult to get this f3 e4 plan in. So with the knight on f4 it makes more sense, and white is ready to go e4, and black cannot really stop this. So what is black going to do here?
I was just smiling away to myself because I spotted a little tweet from Dan, and he's saying Howell is still thinking in his game against Eggy. He doesn't want to blunder against a future world champion.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Eggy he's very well known in the British chess scenes, but I think he won some fans over with this tournament, made a name for himself in the big wide world.
He just has a great name, I think that's what it is.
And a great nickname.
And
Yes.
c5, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So that's
Because
why-
otherwise white just plays e4. I mean, if I just make any move, white just plays e4, goes e5, and this would be, of course, a beautiful center for white. So you can't allow that for black. You need to go c5 here. Yeah. And now, white doing maybe bishop e3. And
now suddenly King H1 makes
well,
a bit.
some sense, yeah. Not that much though. I mean, I could also move my bishop to f2.
Yeah.
Here though. Yeah. Yeah, bishop e3 seems very sensible, so I can take with the bishop on d4. Black's not going to do that. And if black chooses to go c4, then I can just retreat and prepare my e4 move again. So I'm expecting bishop e3, because if you take on c5, bishop takes c5, now you don't really have a next move. Like let's say knight d3, there's already bishop e3, be quite uncomfortable. So bishop e3 seems very sensible here. I like the white position.
Yeah.
I mean, if I can get e4 in, e5, looks interesting at least. Things can heat up pretty quickly.
So what else is there? Nick Pert maybe we haven't looked at in a while against Marcus Osborne.
That is true. And I was saying those positions always feel comfortable to play for white. So let's just go through the last couple of moves. He went for his e5 right away, which is interesting. This is a committing move. You can of course also play slowly and then see what's up. But he goes for this e5 immediately, which this bishop is a little bit sad about now. It's looking on his own pawn. On the other hand, white is gaining some space. Knight e4, knight c5, exchanging a pair of knights, queen e2, knight g6, bishop b5, c6, rook a d1, and the queen needs to move, say to c7, and then probably the bishop will just retreat d3. And yeah, this whole maneuver, you might wonder, what is this all about? Why did white go for this bishop b5? Well, it is just creating some disharmony in the black position, provoking c6, and then the bishop, which is a very strong bishop on b7, is suddenly blocked. Right, and black needs to spend some more moves to free up this bishop again, moving the bishop away, playing c5. And white might have some attacking prospects here. You know, I could easily see this happening with knight g5 and queen h5. Maybe the queen should go to e7 after all to still keep an eye on g5. But what I didn't like here is that the bishop now, it seems a little bit, misplaced and cannot retreat back to f8 or anything like that. So I quite like this for white. This is the kind of positions I like to play. You have certain options, and it's not easy for black to alleviate the pressure.
And by the way, I see that Mark Hebden, a game we just looked at not so long ago, played a3, and I think we didn't really look at a3, or did we?
Before we get to this, let's just see what happened here. He actually sacrificed the queen.
Oh wow.
He did really not fancy his options after queen c7, bishop d3, intending knight g5, but I mean, this can surely not be that bad. Let me tune in with the engine. Yeah, engine saying white is a little bit better, unless we're missing something. Knight goes knight d2, knight d4. Okay, yeah, I can understand. This is uncomfortable, but c takes b5 seems a little bit drastic to me, but of course changes the nature of the position dramatically. Because now white going from, oh, I would go for a nice attack, now it's like, oh, I just have a material advantage and I have to convert this somehow. But I'm sure Nick is not unhappy about this. It's just risk-free play for win, even though it's still a lot of work.
By the way, before we go to Mark Hebden, David Howell did take on e4, and Eggy instantly played a6. He had a lot of time to think about the position, one has to say, because David was thinking for, I believe, 40 minutes. And someone in the chat was just saying, who was saying this? Dover Beach was saying, this time situation is bad, even talking in Howell proportions.
Yeah, he was thinking for 33 minutes.
And just another question, Nick 2504 is asking, can Eggy make his norm? Again, Eggy has already secured his norm, regardless of the result today.
But, okay. The time situation is not that big of a deal yet.
Well, I think it's quite a big deal. He's only played 9 moves.
Yeah, but okay. Well, it always depends on the position. I mean, if the position simplifies, then it doesn't really matter. So
yeah, but it's not so simple, the position.
No, it's not simple.
How do you think it could simplify?
Well, a possible move is knight f6. I remember that was, I think, the computer's first suggestion here. And then black can take in 2 ways. Probably needs to take with the pawn, actually, because if the bishop takes f6, just e takes f6, and after a takes b5, white has this Zwischenzug, even this I'm not sure about here. Black can also give a Zwischenzug check, queen e7, but this all very interesting stuff. King d1. Oh, hold on. Now the 2 rooks are hanging. That's not a good sign. So black should not give this check. I'll take this back. Needs to play rook g8. And Now,
By the way, for people watching us, the chat seems to be either very funny or down, so just bear with us and hopefully it'll be up and running again in a second.
yeah. I mean, this surely doesn't look too bad for white. Here I can, for example, exchange queens and I'm not worse. But probably not better either. So maybe g takes f6. And now, of course, I need to do something about my bishop. So I was going to propose something like this. And
You know, I was wondering if Eggy could possibly still be in his preparation.
could be. I mean, he could have acted like,
Just
I'll spend some time in the opening. That's a common strategy to lure my opponent into thinking that this is new to me as well.
yeah, and also sometimes you just spend some minutes trying to remember to make sure not to, there's no need to rush. But the fact he played a6 instantly, okay, as I said, he had a lot of time to think about different moves while
Yeah,
Howell was thinking.
I
But
think he pretty much already decided that when he played bishop d7. Might as well be that he's in his preparation, because here really, if you take on e4, we looked at this a little bit, but it seemed to us black is not having enough compensation. So yeah, a6, really nice move. And what can David do?
and I'm curious how long he's going to think now.
Well, hopefully he already saw this move coming.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. And he took on c6. And that's interesting. Okay. And now, I mean, probably is going to play knight f6, because if you move the queen anywhere, really, I just take like d takes e4. This no, the knight doesn't even have a square to go. So knight f6 or knight d6. He has played knight f6, and now though black can also take with the bishop, because now they are not. We don't have these lines anymore where it has the time to take on g7. Probably white is going to go. Well, queen g4 though here seems slightly annoying. So probably black is going to take with the pawn. Because after queen g4, if you move the bishop, of course, it can take on g7. And if queen e7.
Just to say, Grandmaster Max Illingworth joined us in the chat, and he's saying, too bad my chat is muted. Your chat wasn't muted, Max. We were having some technical issues, so the chat was down for everyone for a second, but you should be able to share your wisdom with us now. And he is also wondering about Justin Tan, his Australian compatriot, but he does need a win for the norm indeed. Draw is not enough today, but draw, and then he would get another shot tomorrow, I guess.
Right. So I figure out bishop takes f6 is not a good move. After queen g4, black's in some trouble. So, yeah, Eggy needs to take with the pawn. And now queen somewhere, probably to f4 or g4, somewhere over here. What about queen g4? Maybe I still have this idea to go there. So probably, yeah. Even if you play queen d7 here, queen g7 just castle. This seems quite fine for black. Doesn't feel like I want to take any of those pawns really. Just up to me. Nah, this could very fast end pretty badly. It's just my feeling. I think I spotted a cute line, so let me show what I just random stuff going on in my head, of course. By no means forced. But something like this, and then play queen takes f3, and then that would be nice, but doesn't work because yeah. Anyways, no, but just that feels very dangerous. So probably queen f4 here, and then at least you can take with the knight on e5 and threaten queen takes f7 immediately, which is nice. What else can black do here? Maybe I could as well castle. I'm not sure how happy I am doing this.
Can I play d4? Yeah.
Yeah, you can play d4. Go step to the side.
Now move my queen somewhere.
Where do you want to go though?
Oh, can I go?
h6?
No, I was also now looking at knight h4, but that doesn't work because of taking on e5.
I mean, sure, it looks a little bit odd, but white is also behind in development. And I need to make some move here. Yeah, so we are, let me speak, we are really expecting this to happen here. G takes f6 seems pretty forced, and then queen f4 makes the most sense. To get the queen over here, prepare d4. And then have this option of taking on e5 with the knight immediately and threatening something. I mean, I can also play, you know, a move like this. Bishop b5.
And
This
if
is
I
quite
take?
nice. And I'll just take back.
Yeah. And instead of taking, can I
I
ever?
like this move.
Can I ever? Okay, so I won't take. On f6. Let's go back to bishop b5.
Hmm?
I was just wondering if can I play e6?
Alright, and I'll take.
That's I was looking at knight d4, but again doesn't work. So I
Yeah,
would need to
I
move
think
my
it's too
queen
much.
first. Yeah.
Can't do it here. And he has taken with the pawn on f6. Yeah, queen f4, bishop b5. I do like this. Even though there might be a4 here. Yeah, a4 might be a little problem.
Actually, Ninja Mutant Hedgehog wants to play rook g8 after queen f4.
That's also another sensible move. Now here a4 might be a little problem because of the bishop d3, there's queen e3 double attack. Still, no, this is just bad now. Takes d3, winning a piece. And I think if the a4, bishop c4, it already looks a little bit sketchy. I mean, even if white plays like something like b3 now and then bishop b2, I would feel slightly uncomfortable for black. So rook g8, okay, that makes a lot of sense. And I'll just castle. And maybe d4?
Is castling asking for trouble? Are
Maybe,
you asking
I
for
don't
trouble?
know. I don't know.
And Jan joins us in the chat.
I don't know who's asking for whose trouble here.
And I agree with Jan, saying nice prep by Eggy. I reckon, even if it isn't his exact preparation, that he will at least have maybe seen this before, or, you know, have seen similar ideas with this a6 whole thing. So, yeah.
Nah, I think I bungled it. Maybe d4 is not the best here. Yep, I mean, there's still some questions to be answered, and possibly Eggy has still prepared this as well.
And that's quite interesting. Jan saying that they followed the Korchnoi-Nielsen game. I don't think we were...
Korchnoi-Nielsen, we were not aware,
No.
but, you know, you can always check this out in the database.
And they
we'll
still
just,
are following that game.
yeah, Queen F4 was actually played by Korchnoi. And then let's see what Peter Heine played here. Rook G8 is what Peter Heine played in castle and D4. E takes F6. And now not Queen D5 because that would be pretty bad, but Queen D6. So let's go down this line. That's interesting. D4 opening up the bishop. Now E takes F6. Now Queen D6. Nice little move. Forcing the queen exchange.
I'm very curious whether Eggy is familiar with this game.
Continue with D3, but now queen takes F6 was played in that game. Wait, why can I not win something here? Ah, bishop G3 is a double attack against both bishops. How mean. So in that game between Viktor Korchnoi and Peter Heine Nielsen, Black instead took on F6.
And Jan is saying it seems like Eggy found some time to prep while celebrating the GM gnome skills, and Jim West is saying that's a good point, so probably didn't prep it. Jim West, knowing Eggy, I doubt Eggy has ever played a classical game without preparing. He likes preparing and he's very good at it, so he will have prepared for this game. Although Keith Arkel was saying they were playing pool last night as well, so Eggy is a man of many talents and a very good, well, maybe not multitasking. I guess he wasn't preparing while playing pool. I'm just rambling. You're just making some random moves.
I'm just making some random moves.
Rambling.
No, actually, it's not completely random. This is actually still the game between Korchnoi and Peter Heine Nielsen. Peter Heine Nielsen sacrificed in that game in exchange on G2. It looks quite nice for Black. Anyways, we're way too far, but just potentially this might happen depending on how well David knows his stuff, and looks like he could as well have serious winning chances.
Especially
with the time running down.
Especially with the time running down. David now below 24 minutes and he still needs to play 29 moves. So that's a lot of moves in not a lot of time.
Yeah, usually if you have less than 1 minute to play per move, that's not a good sign.
Especially on move 11. I guess David's going to do his usual. I think what we are going to do, we will have a look at the other top games, then go on a quick break. And I think when we come back, David is going to just play the last 25 moves on increment.
Yeah, we shall see. In Jones, Adams, just a couple of more moves.
And also people in the chat are, of course, wondering about Jan. So during the break, we will see if Jan wants to come in later on for a short while, share some wisdom. We will see.
Yep. And Gawain doubles on the e-file, and Adams is mirroring him. Even though white is not threatening anything right now, but probably doesn't hurt. Also, sometimes you can think about going bishop g4, just asking a question, how are you going to deal with this? Maybe Adams is considering this right now. Because, yeah, f3 is not what you want to do. And bishop f3, this would also leave your king long term a little bit weak after taking it. Now rook a8, and you can put the queen on this long diagonal. But he might as well play rook a8 simply right now, and white doesn't have many means to strengthen his position, can just sit more or less. So, like we said earlier, slightly surprising opening choice by Gawain, not putting any pressure on Adams, but just allowing him to equalize comfortably.
That's also what Grandmaster Max Illingworth was saying in the chat earlier, that Gawain didn't manage to take advantage of this extra tempo in a reversed Benoni.
No, because he spent it on playing b3, bishop b2. It's like more the opposite. He wasted 2 moves, to my mind. Yeah, in this complex position, still a lot going on. Not a single piece has been exchanged. King h2 has been just played, which I'm thinking is preparing something like g4 here, rook g1. People have pointed out in the chat earlier that both players are very sharp, have a very sharp playing style, and I think Justin might go for something like rook g4, rook g1, and then knight f5 ideas, knight h4, knight f5, and this very well could heat up in the near future. And in this game, Niclas Pert against Marcus Osborne. Osborne kind of surprisingly sacrificed the queen for minor piece and rook, now taking on f3 and playing knight h4. But here, probably Nick Pert will just retreat with the queen, prepare an exchange of rooks. Still a lot of work to do for him to win this game, but probably he will manage. Alright, I think that concludes our tour for now.
Yep.
And we shall go on a little break.
Absolutely, and then we will be back. I was spotting Mark Hebden's game is also heating up. So yeah, a lot of action to look forward to when we come back from our short break. So make sure to stay tuned. We'll see if Jan wants to come in for a short while. And we will be back in around 10 minutes. See you soon.
See you then.
What's up, chess geeks? I'm just checking in to promote my show tomorrow, Banter Blitz with me, Radio Jan. It's gonna be real talk, not this normal sissy openings, knight f3, c4, oh, let's maneuver and use it, I'm a grandmaster to win a chess game. We're gonna play real openings, real talk, tomorrow 9 p.m, whatever your time zone is, I don't care, it's 9 p.m. my time zone. Now, since I'm here already, we might as well have a look at the games, even though this tournament is over. Mickey Adams has won it. We might as well hand him the trophy right now. Gawain Jones trying to get a playable position, playing this, whatever this nonsense is called, reverse Benoni. You want to outplay Spider-Man like that? He understands chess way better than anybody else in the field. You can't play like that, Gawain. Your big mistake was early in the game, e3 and bishop to b2, allowing d4. Absolutely no chance against a player of Mickey Adams' caliber from this position to come back. You can't do that. You should have taken on d5, played d4, and hoped to simplify the position. I commend your spirit trying to catch him. That's just not gonna happen, Gawain. It's time to have a look into the mirror. I understand you've become a good chess player. You've toured the world. You're from the Shire like Frodo, West Yorkshire, and you're almost 30 now. It is time to think about the choices you've made. At 30, it's where people start working. Stop living this chess dream. Offer a draw right here. Congratulate Michael Adams for winning the tournament and have a good hard look at your life, Gawain. Speaking of good hard look, congratulations to David Eggleston, who's been the revelation of this tournament. Fantastic stuff. But David Howell down to 16 minutes. What is going on here, David? Do you ever study theory? Aren't you a chess professional as well? This is a theoretical position, as I just learned. It has been played already by the great Viktor Korchnoi. You don't know anything here. Spend all your time. You might fall victim to Eggy. You don't have time. You don't have a position. This is not a good look, David Howell. Anyway, watch my show tomorrow, Banter Blitz, 9 p.m., whatever time zone, I don't care. And now enjoy the rest of this tournament, which is over. Mickey Adams has won. Congratulations to him. Bye-bye.
And welcome back, everybody, to coverage of the British Chess Championship. My name is Niclas Huschenbeth, and with me is Fiona Steil-Antoni, getting it right a second time today. Fiona is very proud of me. We're getting back to chess action, and as Radio Jan already pointed out, things are going well for Black in the top two boards. We'll start with this game. Few more moves have occurred between David Howell and David Eggleston. Here after Queen F4, David pretty much, I should say, Eggleston blitzed out Queen D7. The game between Korchnoi and Peter Heine Nielsen, which was the only other game played in this position, continued Rook G8. But maybe he was still prepared and quite like Queen D7 here. Pawn is after E takes F6 is this intermediate check. Then Black's ready to pick up the pawn on F6 and Howell play Queen E5. That's the current position on the board.
I'm just slightly surprised our times here seem to be quite off because on Chess24 the times we have is 15 minutes for David Howell. So he's even lower than the 20 minutes you see there on screen. I'm not sure why, but I'm sure it'll sort itself out in a second. So in this position...
Yeah. Black has a choice between taking on E5 or taking on F6.
Could he also take on F6 with the bishop?
Yeah. But probably Queen takes E6 and White can install pretty nice blockade on the dark squares. So that's probably why you want to keep the pawn F7, so you have this option of going F6 potentially to challenge any piece appearing on E5. So Queen takes F6 seems very sensible to me.
There's your beloved bishop pair again.
Yeah.
Do you think Black is better?
Black is more comfortable, yeah, but it seems pretty close to equal still.
I mean, even a draw would be an excellent result for
Of
FE,
course.
of course.
Absolutely. He has just taken on E5. Okay, knight takes E5 and he'll take on F6. Yeah, White is not going to take on C6, I think. That would just leave Black in a very comfortable position with a nice bishop on F6. Maybe pressure on the B file as well. And don't get fooled by the many pawn islands Black has. White also has, weaknesses, and it's also about the bishop being well placed already on F6, while this bishop still needs to be developed for White. So I would expect David Howell to go D4 here and play this position. Yeah, looks completely fine for Black, honestly.
My thoughts have drifted off to whether David's using the bathroom at the moment or why he's not playing instantly.
Yeah, probably he's not on the board right now.
But it would be very strange to not be on the board when you have 12 minutes for 24 moves, but okay.
Right. And King's Crush is talking about Black has essentially a forced positional win if White doesn't do anything. Probably doesn't mean this game, but the Hebden game. We'll get to this later. First, let's just check in briefly with the top game, the absolute crucial game of the round. Radio Jan said the tournament is already over. Not quite. Still depends on this game. If Michael Adams wins, you might as well call it a day. But
or a tournament.
Or a tournament. But this game is not over. Clearly Black is in the driving seat here. It's very comfortable. White is struggling to do anything active. Black is controlling the center, and I think White is just going to sit here and just wait and see what Michael Adams comes up with. But I also expect him to play slowly, maybe play h6, move the bishop back to h7, and then you can think about, well, do I want to go knight e7, do I want to go f5, and gain some more space, have this option of going e4, sometimes even f4, I could see it going in this direction. And, you know, as it always happens, of course, the players do something else from what I suggest. I guess David Howell rather like to take on c6 than to play d4 here. Not sure what he didn't like about d4. Maybe he didn't want to play something like this here. Yeah, I could imagine it. He didn't particularly fancy this line d4, possibly rook g8 first to stop bishop g5, and then castle d4. Maybe that's what he didn't like, so he did go for knight takes c6, and now he's playing rook b1.
So how do you evaluate this position?
I think it's
Black
completely
is
fine for black.
Completely fine, or is black better?
Somewhere in between, maybe. But yeah, I think will depend on the next couple of moves.
Yeah.
So okay, let's just make some obvious moves. Let's keep the king in the center. Move the king out of the e-file. White is going to, I don't know what white, maybe white wants to keep his king in the center too, because if you castle, white plays rook e8 and can put a rook on e2 already. That would be quite annoying. So maybe white needs to play king d1 here. But
yeah, white's position looks a bit awkward. What's he going to do with this
bishop d4 even here could be a move.
Yeah.
Maybe not threatening too much though. Yeah, I'm not sure if I even want to put my king on d7. Maybe I should castle after all. Not sure about that yet. And David, or I should just say Aggie to make it simple, is taking some time now certainly to think about his best way to set up his pieces. But yeah, even if I play rook e8, we go d3. I just play bishop d4. Yeah. Your position certainly is a little bit awkward, like you're saying. The rooks are not connected. White has a lot of pieces on the first rank.
Maybe I also want to put my rook on b8 first, so you can't develop your bishop so easily.
Yeah, that's also quite possible. Well, white is probably always going to play b3 anyway. Yeah, at some point. He has played king d7.
Yeah.
I was able to predict that move. Not sure. But it makes sense to have the king in the center, let's be honest. It's just a general rule. If you enter the endgame already, often it doesn't make sense to castle because you're just farther away from where the action is, right? And castling is really all about bringing your king into safety. So once the endgame is reached, most of the time, you don't have to worry about your king's safety that much. And you want to keep him close because the king can be a very important piece in the endgame, can have a lot of impact. So I do like this move, king d7.
Okay, so let's move on. Someone is saying nice King's Indian by Hebden. Yeah, that was looking quite interesting when we went on break.
Yeah, it's just completely winning as it looks like. You can try rook takes d6, but you know what's sad? You know what is very sad? Black can even take. I mean, black could just take on f6, but I think black can also just take here because of the queen to h6. Black is going to strike first here, check, check, check. Yeah, and here I can, if I want to do it easy, I can just take on f3 and take on f6, but I can probably also continue with rook d8. That's just all over. So this game is just completely over. What we expected to happen, black got b5 in, and it's just opening up the b file, and easy win. Easy win for Mark Hebden. Takes. Yeah, white might as well just resign. Right here, f6 pawn is falling. That's the only source of counterplay for white. Of course, you don't have time to play queen g5. I mean, it's not threatening anything either. Black is just going to rip you apart alive. So, yeah.
Very nice. I mean, Mark's been struggling for the first half of the tournament, but he has now started a comeback. And he still has 2 games, to redeem himself. So a nice game today, and we shall see how he goes on.
Yeah, and he might, in the next round come up against a strong player. But yeah, we'll see. He'll be on 6 out of 9, and we shall see. What is the Gormally game doing? Tan versus Gormally. Justin Tan needing a win for his Grandmaster Normandy, showing his ambitions here, going g4. Now bishop d7. And here he took on c4, which of course opens up the position a little bit. I'm not sure if he needed to do this. I was wondering if he could have just continued with this plan, rook g1, having these ideas of knight f5 and so on. Not sure what he didn't like here. Maybe there's b4, I could imagine. Point being that if c takes before it is c3, and then black takes back on b4, but even here maybe b takes a5, still possible. Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but because once he takes here, I mean, to me it looks like now black is much more able to create play, and you also don't have this knight f5 idea anymore, certainly. And he has just played queen e2, so he's kind of opting out of this attack. He just played g4. Well, okay. I'm pretending I'm going to launch some scary attack, but he's not going to, really. He just wants to exchange queens now. And I'm wondering if black will do this. Probably black will play move like rook ec8 here. And if queen takes c4, just rook takes c4. Yeah, your problem here in this position is still the bishop g7, which is of course out of play. You will need some time to get it back into action. Maybe black also doesn't have to exchange. Black can also play move like queen c5, threatening b4. Could also very well see this move happen.
Of course, I hope the queens will stay on the board. I think Justin will have to hurry up a little bit. He's getting to this region of 1 minute per move we were talking about. That's always when you start thinking, okay, I need to hurry up a little bit.
Yeah, I actually do like this move queen c5 because you also keep an eye on this f2 pawn. And probably white goes bishop d3 to avoid b4. Yeah, no, something like rook c8 looks very sensible. Black looks comfortable. I do not see him win right now, but still everything's possible, of course. Alright, who else do we have? Which game would you like to see, Fiona?
Yeah, I was just watching. People are still discussing. People are still discussing. Now, people are still discussing the game between Eggy and David Howell, and they are discussing David Howell's time management. And Pramod was just wondering if keeping many pieces on the board when Howell is in time trouble is the way to go against him. Mickey did it well. Yeah, that was a good example, but David in general is so used to being in time trouble. I mean, I've barely ever seen him not being in time trouble. And in general, he is a bit like Wishok, just on a slightly lower level. He tends to still play very well, even when he's short on time, so I'm not sure it makes so much of a difference. But especially not against weaker players who are weaker than him, but against players like Mickey Adams, yeah, it will be more difficult with or without pieces on the board with no time.
Right.
Yeah, where would I like to go? Maybe let's check in quickly with that Grunfeld, Peter Wells, which you were saying you didn't understand why Black was doing this to himself.
You know, I'm very confused.
Yeah?
I mean, just for a moment, we'll get there. After rook takes c6, oh, queen takes c6, probably there's rook d1 still. for white, because queen h6 just loses. So there's still rook d1, and then next move queen h6. But even this, he could have played. I mean, bishop d5 here looks also just completely winning. Yeah, bishop d5 would be just winning. So he could have just taken on d6, but Mark Hebden was like, okay, whatever, I'll just get rid of this pawn. It's your last hope for counterplay. You know I will crush through here anyway, and the game continues. B takes c4, rook fb8, king a1, and now he's probably just going to bring his rook in, rook b2, something like that. And Mark just knows this will be over sooner or later.
By the way, a second ago someone was asking in the chat, was saying that the game between Gawain Jones and Mickey Adams decides, or was it a question or a statement? Let me see. A question from Adrian William Champion. Adams versus Jones today decides a place in the London Chess Classic. Not as far as I'm aware of. I don't think, unless I'm wrong, in which case do correct me, but I don't think there is any qualifying place for the London Classic up for grabs here.
All right. Here's the Grunfeld you wanted to see. White has regained the pawn. Black has not lost the queen yet. That's good. But you still need to be aware of moves like rook a1.
Yeah.
Which is, in fact, right now a threat. Yeah.
And why didn't it work on the previous move?
Because black just took something.
He just took
to
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't even know what black is doing here. Maybe queen a3, that's always a typical bailout. But
I was even wondering if in some lines white can swing a rook over, to the h5.
yeah, certainly. Probably black can play something like rook c3 here though, to stop your devious plan of checkmating me. But yeah, I don't like it for black, I have to be honest. Never did. Just my personal taste. Yeah, rook e3 looks normal, or rook a1. And then if you go queen c3, then I'll certainly go rook e3, and if you go, I don't know, queen c5, yeah, I might go rook e3 now. I mean, just looks nice for white.
This for white as well.
It just looks nice. And the draw was agreed in a game we never looked at, between Richard Pert and Dietmar Kolbus. Pretty early draw. Yeah, not much happened here
not
apparently.
The most exciting game. Someone is talking of Richard's brother Nick Pert, who is playing against Marcus Osborne. So Marcus sacrificed a queen earlier on.
Right. Yeah, and here the most obvious move would be rook d1. Certainly, you want to exchange one pair of rooks, especially you don't want to give black the d file just like that. So not sure what he's thinking about. Rook d1 seems very obvious unless I'm missing something, but I don't think I am. Rook d1 just must be the way to go. Exchange a pair of rooks.
So I go rook d8.
You go rook d8, I take, and I'll then get my bishop back in the game. Also here I want to avoid rook d2, which is a threat. So bishop f4. And yeah. I still, of course, have a long task ahead of me. It's not that easy to win here. Knight g6 might be a little bit annoying. And I can probably go bishop g3 though. Yeah, this bishop is a problem. I want to exchange it, but I don't want to give up this pawn f4, e5 necessarily. So still a lot of work, but here, yeah, he has just played rook d1, which is just, you just need to play this move. If you want to exchange a pair of rooks, to limit black's counterplay. And rook d8 is what we can expect. And then takes. Here you don't want to play a move like c4 that would run into rook d2. And yeah, here you might be in a lot of trouble because it's checkmate. So you don't want to blunder rook d2, but I think you can just go bishop f4 here. And is g5 a move? Maybe that's what Niclas was calculating, because here bishop takes g5, rook takes e5 might leave you in a slightly uncomfortable place.
Yeah, you can't defend the bishop.
And here you just lose.
And we saw
Well,
Nick
you can
Pert.
still do this though. But then the question is, do you want to do this?
Yeah, knight.
Knight f5.
And suddenly it's looking tricky.
Yeah, I
A
mean,
little
it's still probably
Yeah.
fairly good for white, but he's checking lines like this. And
Yeah.
here after g5, maybe white can now play c4 as a counter to this. This actually looks very sensible.
And Nick Pert had a tactical oversight yesterday against Gawain Jones, so he will want to make extra sure that doesn't happen today. And I think we should go back to our top game between Gawain Jones and Mickey Adams. And people are going on and on in the chat about this queen d6 move, which was apparently an excellent move. So you'll have to explain all about that to me.
Oh, I just want to take the shortcut and see what King Crusher said about this move. King Crusher really liked this move. Queen d6. Well, yeah, okay. White doesn't want ever to play a4, that's for sure. That would just open up the gates for Duxford Bishop, and that's what King Crusher is pointing out. So Gawain played bishop c1, saying, well, take on a3 if you want to. I would be quite happy to exchange this pawn on the edge against the central pawn on e5. So Mickey Adams is not going to do this, but he might play a move like knight d7 now and protect this pawn. Now this pawn a3 would hang. Well, not quite yet, because there's still... No, it would hang. It would hang. So I really see him playing knight d7. And then... Yeah. I mean, Gawain is fighting for his life here. What do you even play? You cannot go knight d2 because this pawn is hanging. So you need to create some play, and you have to do it quickly. Maybe... does he want to go a4 now? I mean, that would be just such a sad move to play. Now, you really never want to go a4. You want to avoid it at all costs, because this is just incredibly ugly.
And during the
dark
break,
squares.
we saw Radio Jan hijacking our show. We were actually watching him from next door, and he was criticizing Gawain's opening choice, saying you don't play that against Spider-Man. Of course, referring to Mickey Adams' nickname, the Spider, and this very much to me looks like another case of Mickey constricting his opponent, spinning his web. And again, I think this is just a dream position for Mickey.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just risk-free with the black pieces. He can try, he can press. I mean, this is so surprising. We said it many times in the opening here after c5. Jan said already, Jan, I should say here, white should take and play d4. I was also saying white can still do this. Should probably do this here, take on d5 and now go d4, and not much has happened. But this, to go into this line, the reverse Benoni, I thought he had prepared something because he went in for it pretty quickly, but his preparation never came through, whatever it was, and he just ended up in a worse position. So definitely his opening choice is to blame for his position right now.
And if Mickey does win today, it will be a very impressive performance. So I'm saying back-to-back wins with the black pieces against David Howell and Gawain Jones, and in between those two games, a superb victory against the one and only Eggies. So yeah, wonderful performance by Mickey. If he does win, we shall see. Let's see our endgame between David Eggleston and David Howell, and the bishops have come off.
Yeah, b3 was played to prepare bishop b2. King goes to d1, stays in the center just as the black king. Now a5. I was considering this move, well, silently. Didn't talk about this, but it makes a lot of sense. Some variations to go a4. Now bishop b2. And here, actually, I was expecting black to go a4. Here, white definitely doesn't want to take. We would just have this weakness on a2, and black can push his pawns. You probably just keep it like that. I don't know exactly what you would play here though. So yeah, I would have liked to see a4, but instead Eggy played c5, and now rook e1 was played. Maybe even after a4, white just plays rook e1. Yeah, rook takes, king takes, a takes b3, a takes b3, and just wants to defend here. Still, black can play for a little bit. And here as well, black can also play. I mean, taking on e1 now and playing a4 seems more or less to transpose. And I think this is what's going to happen. And you can keep the pawn also for now, having this additional option of going a3 in some lines. You'll bring the king closer, black is more active. This is not a draw yet.
Yeah.
And
But
also,
I'm curious what's going to happen now, because as I said earlier, especially this season, David Eggleston did struggle in some of the team matches where I was there in endgames, and I think David Howell is a very good endgame player. So I very much doubt Eggy can still lose this.
no. No, I mean, you can lose
But
a lot of rook end games. They're tricky.
I'm curious to see
But
how he's going to handle this, let's say.
Yeah. I mean, he has almost 50 minutes more on the clock. He has a more pleasant position. It would be very surprising for him to lose this. But like we said, it doesn't even matter because he has his GM norm already. It only matters, of course, in terms of the tournament standings and his personal result in the tournament.
By the way, I saw this a few times now. Let me just find the comment again. Pramod challenged you a couple of times in the Mark Hebden game. Can we very quickly go there so I can get my challenge in?
Challenge?
Pramod can get his challenge in.
Alright, Pramod, what's up?
On move 26, after queen takes d6 and queen 8. We did that already a while ago. Because he's saying after queen h6, can you spot a win for black?
Pramod, you haven't been watching. You haven't been paying attention. This is so easy. What can I say? Here, queen c1, king b1, queen b2, king d1. Just, let me just take this and this, and I don't have to
I thought
think.
he was challenging you maybe after rook d1 to find a win for black, but no.
We did this as well.
Oh, we did this
Here,
as well.
after rook d1, there was bishop d5, opening up the way for the queen, and that would have been actually objectively the better way to play for Mark Hebden, but he went for this other line, which is also just, he's cruising. Yeah, and people in the chat, they've been wondering about this pawn break actually here, which is very thematic. And I don't know, it could work. That's the question. It could work, but of course you really need to double check. This is a committing move. Okay, white has to take, there's no doubt about it. And now, yeah, I could take back, or I could also consider a move like d3, which looks very tempting, let's be honest. I mean, this looks pretty strong. Okay, rook d2 is probably the only move. e5, I can just take on e2. And this should be winning for me. Yeah, this is just an exchange. So this is winning. Probably. Well, this still continues a little bit, but yeah. I'm pretty sure this is close to winning for black.
But wait, black is a...
Exchange up. Yeah.
Oh, I was looking for a second white rook and I thought I'd seen it, but no, I was just hallucinating.
Yeah, black is doing well there. So probably rook d2, and then I can just take back here. I mean, this looks fantastic. I can play knight takes e4 even. It's just completely winning. I think we'll have one of our cheat moments because...
Let's have a quick cheat moment, because this could very well be the decisive game of
Yeah,
the
the engine agrees. e4 is winning pretty much for black, and it's so typical, right? e4, yeah, knight e7 also very nice advantage, but e4, d takes e4. Okay, engine doesn't want to play d3 because of e5 after all, really. See, I was just saying this might be still fine or winning, close to winning, but shouldn't underestimate these pawns. They're strong. So that would not be clear at all.
e4 is on the board.
e4 is on the board.
We could be headed for another Mickey masterpiece here. He's been displaying fantastic chess throughout the tournament, actually.
But this really was an easy game. I mean, let's be honest, I could have done the same thing. Like, none of his moves were particularly surprising, but still, of course, you need to play those logical moves. But if we go through this game, I mean, starting from here, Praman pointed out bishop takes d4 might be interesting, and yeah, it is indeed the engine's first choice. But starting from here, playing in the center, moving the queen, developing the pieces, doubling on the e file, then stopping b4, and then playing bishop c5. Okay. And now creating some space for the bishop, just improving his position one by one. White cannot do anything. And now he's ready to strike, and he has done so. And after d takes e4, not d3, that wouldn't be as clear, but taking on e4 with the bishop or the knight both look very promising. Knight takes e4 also is, of course, introducing this idea, and d3.
Yeah.
Holy moly. I think he's just going down. I mean, and Gawain will be kicking himself because just losing without a chance, more or less, against Mickey with the white pieces, and Gawain, of course, he's a strong player himself, so yeah, that should not happen like that usually, but it seems to happen about right now.
Yeah, I'm afraid, I'm afraid for Gawain, he's headed towards a loss here. Meanwhile, Eggy has exchanged on e1.
Yeah, and he'll play a4 now, most likely. And
he just played king d6.
Okay, he can wait with this move. White doesn't want to go a4. That would just, of course, allow weakness on b3. So you have time, improve the king position. White is in for some suffering here, I would say. I would say the end game is a draw, but rook endgames are tricky. There's a lot of potential still.
Yep. So what else is going on? Oh, in the tan game, the queens did sadly come off.
Yeah, the queens did come off. And people are saying I'm downplaying Adams. Yeah, I don't know. I was more impressed with his game yesterday, I have to say. Today was just too easy. He just played the natural moves. And really, I think it wasn't a challenge for him to find these moves.
And now people are just very quickly discussing the English Olympiad team. What do we make of Nigel playing? I think Sadler just Sadler didn't want to play, as far as I'm aware. It's not that he wasn't selected.
Okay. Yeah, this endgame, he went for the endgame. I know you're sad, but Gormally probably isn't, because he doesn't have to worry about any attack. He has this weakness, he can target on c3. And he'll probably sooner or later get his bishop into a game again. It will take some time. Also, this knight needs to be reactivated. I still think white is fine. But, yeah. It's actually a question if white can also maybe exert some pressure. Knight c2, knight a3. I might also misevaluate this position, I'm not sure. Because really those two pieces, they will still take a long time to get into a game. That's really Black's main drawback right now. And he has just played bishop f8, starting to get the bishop back. Now the question is, can White do something quickly? Okay, let's say if I go knight c2. Of course I do need to check b4. But I was thinking maybe I can just give you those two pieces, and now either go b5 or go b takes a5. Probably b5, because after b takes a5, your rook would already be perfectly placed on a2. So b5, and I just want to push. And I think that would be quite nice for White. Yeah, I mean you have to get your rook back and to stop the pawn more or less. I mean you could also go bishop c8, I suppose, but this pawn, yeah. Well, this might be possible. This pin is a little bit annoying. Okay, just a possible variation, but it feels like White has to do something quickly, because otherwise Black will play bishop e7. He has just played bishop e7, that's the position on the board, and then get his bishop into play, get his knight into play, and White will still be tied to his weakness. Maybe 10 wants to go bishop e3. I'm not sure if this works, but at least you're getting rid of this weakness. I could imagine him doing something like this.
By the way, just to let you know, well, Open Up in the chat has let us know that Mark Hebden I'm struggling, has won his game. Very clean game today, I would say.
Yeah. We called this already a long time ago. Yeah. A little tactic in the end. Queen b7. And just rook takes a2. And checkmate is coming next. That's what it is. Alright. So in this game, 10 against Gormally, I would say it's about equal. Not sure how to evaluate this position of the bishop e3. Maybe White is even better. Because once again, this knight far away from the action right now, and White having the better minor piece on the at least theoretically. But also the black rooks are pretty active, so not clear. Gawain has taken on e4, what else could he do? And black has a very pleasant choice between taking with the knight and taking with the bishop. Knight takes e4 is threatening very unpleasantly for white d3. So this move would be a first to consider. Yeah, because d3 seems hard to stop anyway. Maybe you can... what do you do here? If you go b4, I'll just take twice. That's just no solution. And obviously queen d3 doesn't work. I can just take on g3, threaten a queen. So this is no good. I really don't know what to suggest here anymore. d3 is just coming. What do I do? Okay, I can insert bishop f4. I don't know if it's helping me, but I can at least attack something. Probably I want to insert bishop f4, but even if it's just queen f6, still d3 is kind of lurking. Knight c3 as well, by the way. Knight c3 might not be a huge issue yet because of rook takes e7, but we have to remind ourselves. He has just played knight takes e4. Black hasn't even sacrificed anything. I mean, this is just a completely dominating position for free. And Blinder is saying, Adams will find knight takes e4. Yes, you are correct. Yeah. I think Adams will just win this.
I even doubt this will go on much beyond the time control. There's still 15 moves off from move 40. I think this rook end game could go on for a while longer though.
Yeah, could be. Rook c2 has been played. Still expecting Eggleston to go a4, just to have some options to put some pressure on this pawn on b3. And I think these pawns, he still wants to stay flexible. I mean, he could go d4, but you really want to be sure before you do this, because you leave some squares open for the white king possibly. Yeah.
Also now time is not an issue anymore, I think, for David Howell.
Well,
Not
could
so
be
much.
still 16 moves, and these rook end games, sometimes you do need to calculate stuff, so this will be still interesting. 8 minutes for 16 moves. But yeah, certainly it is an easier position to play than a position with a full board, that's for sure.
And Gawain played bishop f4.
Bishop f4, and yeah, the question is where the queen is going here. Could also think about queen b6. I quite like queen b6 as well, the more I think about it. Once more targeting f2 and threatening d3. Also, I mean, this pawn might be hanging on a3, this pawn might be hanging, but d3 is really the main concern here for white. Yeah, queen b6, you could move to queen to d7, you can move to queen to f6. All of those moves look fairly sensible. Didn't like queen d7 too much, because that might actually run into knight e5. Rook takes, bishop takes, now rook takes. Now I've blundered, most likely. For black, d3. Yeah, just queen takes, bishop takes, game over. Even though here there might be still d3 once again, but now just rook takes e4. So we can eliminate queen d7 as an option, because it runs into knight e5, so queen b6 or queen f6 I'm expecting. Are there any other moves? No. I think the queen needs to move, no tactics here. Yeah, queen b6 looks very logical. Okay, if white goes something like this, again knight e5, no, knight e5 just doesn't work at all right now. It's just this fork.
So what does white do now?
That's what Gawain is wondering as well. What have I done to my position? How do I get out of it?
Okay.
Maybe knight h4? I mean, you need to attack this knight on e4 somehow. But even here, even moves like knight takes f2 can be considered already.
What happens here after knight c3?
Well, I'm just going to take on
Yeah,
e7.
take back.
Takes, and I probably take again. Always having this checkmate as a bailout, so
but
I need to take back.
Oh, but I have bishop f8.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I did not see this, so that would be a queen. So I probably need to move my queen here, which is not good news. Yeah, just queen takes b3. It's just completely over. Cannot take on d4 because of the fork.
Yeah, black's pieces are just so strong. It feels like they're controlling the entire board.
Yeah. Wait, is this a move at all? Knight takes d4? Shouldn't work, yeah?
There must be bishop f2 things somewhere.
Yeah. Somewhere along the way.
Somewhere.
So queen b6 looks very strong.
And I think Mickey will play queen b6. Okay, let's see what else there is we haven't looked at. Let's leave
Sure.
Howell 10.
Yeah, in this game, surprisingly to me at least, Osborne took with the pawn on d5, not with the rook. I thought rook takes d5 was a better try, and possibly after bishop f4. There was this idea g5, but white can answer with c4. So probably here, black needs to do something else. Here we're looking at knight g6, probably just bishop g3 back. But it feels to me that here the black chances are even less. King f1 was played, king f8, but yeah. It seems to be just a matter of time. I mean, of course, I know what he wants. He wants to have like a light squared blockade, but it's just a matter of time. White has to be a little bit precise, but probably will get the bishop back into a game, try to exchange it. And white also has a pawn extra. Not only a queen, but a pawn as well. And
I also think Nick Pert will take this one.
yeah, I mean, there's really no doubt about it. He's much higher rated. He has the much better position, winning position, let's be honest. He'll take this.
And by the way, Mickey Adams has simply retreated to d8, but I think that's also very strong. And I was going to say, let's leave that for now. Come back there after Gawain's next move. And move on. Maybe, Keith Arkel was a draw against Richard Palliser.
Yeah, really.
Not too
eventful.
Too eventful, no. So let's have a look at Chris Ward against John Epps.
Okay, and what happened here? Black just took a pawn on d4. Interesting. Okay, the knight will move to a2. And white is ready to go knight b4 and also take back on d4. Probably black wants to go bishop g7 here. Could imagine. And now, question is if white can still take. Or maybe should play knight b4 first. No, let's just take. And if knight e4, then I want to retreat all the way to g1. That's why you play king h1 back in the day, to have the square available. That could actually work. Still doesn't look pretty though. I have to move like knight c3. Nope. Doesn't look pretty. Knight takes, bishop takes. And after I move the rook, rook takes e2 is coming. And if I can take on c3, that's not good news. I want to take on c3 here.
Okay, let's try rook d2.
Yeah.
Don't really believe in it.
No, we all don't believe in it. Knight takes e2 is already possible. Yeah, I mean, just those bishops are just monsters.
Yeah.
So bishop g7 we expect here, and if white cannot take on d4, well, then he's down a pawn. Maybe he wants to do something like this. But I cannot really believe any of this, honestly. Knight c2. I cannot believe it. It feels not right. You know, even something like this here might be quite possible. Pawn is takes. And I will play d3 next move. Of course, this has to be checked carefully. But just from my intuition, might work. So I think Chris Ward in some trouble here, but okay. Still everything is possible.
Okay, let's move on. How did this game develop? Tamas Fodor against Jovanka Huska.
Yeah. This looks nice for white. I'm not sure how big the advantage actually is. Tamas just played bishop e4. Hey, maybe there's not too much of an advantage. This bishop might be a little bit loose though. Doesn't have a good place to go, but right now it's stable on b4. Possibly can go to a5 in some variations. If it really is about to get lost. But yeah, black will just
keep an eye on that
keep
pawn.
an eye on this pawn. And we'll see how white can make progress. But of course, white is in control here, no doubt. The question is, how much can he get out of this position? All right.
And
should we-
Gawain, Gawain
should
just
return,
played, yeah.
He played knight d2. Okay. So his point is after knight c3, he just wants to take on e7 when black cannot take on d1 because of check. But rook takes e7. Now he needs to move to queen. And that's quite unfortunate because now rook takes e7. Of course, black would take on d1. So what do you do? Queen a1 or queen c1 or queen c1? There's knight e2. That's not an option.
So
So
Queen
queen
A1.
a1 only move. No, I mean, for example, for example, or I take on a3 here. The choices are multiple already.
If you, I can't take on a7 because the bishop defends.
Yeah, or I take even with the queen here, defending the bishop and up a pawn. Knight c3 just seems very simple. Even you can think about this move, but probably doesn't work. King takes f2, of course, there would be d3 check. Rook takes f2, there's rook takes e1. But again, rook takes e7. Now rook takes e7, and now I can probably take. Even though I would consider a d3 check. King f1 and queen d4. Hello. I'm coming. This is game over. So let's see what we're missing. Maybe white can play bishop e3. But this seems on the edge, yeah? Very much on the edge of losing. Very much. Yeah, I mean, you have to check lines like this. Queen f6 even. Queen f6 maybe isn't doing too much. It seems on the verge of losing.
Okay, let's take a quick cheat moment. The computer will tell us in a second.
Computer wants to go knight c3, so knight takes f2 unfortunately doesn't quite work. Would have been nice. Yeah, indeed. Got it all right, bishop e3. And there's no win here for black. That would be a draw. So knight c3 is the way to go. And then rook takes, queen a1, and knight e2. Yeah. Computer wants to take you on e2. Well, you might as well just resign immediately. I have king h2.
But after this position, after d3, it's also not pretty.
Oh, I might just resign here.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, it's just... Wow.
Yeah.
Adam's taking the full point here. And this pretty much concludes the tournament already.
Yeah.
I mean, we still have 2 rounds to go. Theoretically, still a lot can happen, but him being in the lead...
even theoretically, it could very well be that he's 1.5 point clear tonight in case boards 2 and 3 are all draws.
That is true.
So...
Yeah, he would probably just need 2 more draws in the last 2 rounds to secure the title. And yeah. Wow. Well. Yeah, you know, in the beginning of the tournament he struggled a little bit. His games weren't as convincing. He was worse in some games. But now the last couple of games he's really showing his class and winning against his both of his direct competitors, Howell and Jones, of course, helped him both with the black pieces. I mean, you have to point it out as well. That's not easy to do. So, kudos to Adams.
And I see just a Pipixcan, probably mispronounced that, just said that with good technique from Aggie, it should be a draw. Let's hope he read Jonathan Hawkins' endgame book. Does that mean that Aggie is already worse in his ending? Let's have a look.
Yeah, we shall have a look. White was able to activate the rook. Maybe Aggie should not have allowed it. Could be, because now the rook on the 3rd rank is causing some So maybe if we go back a few moves, we always said, yeah, black can play a4 at some point. But maybe indeed black should have done it earlier. Like already here potentially. And if rook c2, well, maybe it wouldn't have changed much. Maybe it would not have changed much because you need to go king d6 here anyway and then rook c3. Seems to be more or less the same deal.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not so confused about this f5 move, or now does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm also a little bit confused about this f5 move. Probably he wants to give a check now and protect the pawn from e7. Otherwise, I don't know what this is all about. Yeah, f5 strikes me as a little bit unusual. Just makes an easier target for white.
And King Lear is just asking me to tell you my 3 favorite Eggy anecdotes, but I'm afraid they are not for this chat or for this show.
Really? What are you implying here?
Yeah, there's some funny Eggy anecdotes. Let's just say. Well, what is Eggy doing in this game? As I said, I mean, when I saw this ending come up,
You pointed out Eggy isn't known for his endgame
as
technique.
a team captain, I'm always concerned when I see the pieces come off in Eggy's games.
Yeah, I mean, he would just go rook e8 and rook e7 and he should be fine. He should be fine. I wouldn't be too afraid as of yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, it felt like he would be better, but now I'm not sure. Man, he can't be worse here. Nah. Rook h5, I can even go king e5. No, he's not worse.
Yeah. Okay, let's continue our tour somewhere.
Yeah, what's going on here?
What is going on?
Gormally has activated his bishop and found a nice little trick. So he has brought the knight over, improved the knight position, covering the square pawn on b5. And now a nice little trick, h6, preparing bishop g5, which is very desirable. And white doesn't want to take because then rook takes c3 would ask some questions here. White could still play rook b3, but this would be definitely in black's favor. So he has played knight b1, now bishop g5. Finally, black can activate the bishop and bishop c1. What is he intending here? Oh, now he probably just wants to give a check on f4. That's what he has already done. King g2. And now playing knight a6. Nice technique by Gormally. First hitting the rook, then retreating. It's actually something you see very often. And first you give this little attack, or sometimes it's a little check, just to slightly worsen a piece, the position of a piece, the placement of a piece, and then you continue. Nice technique to remember.
And by the way, Evok has been saying this a couple of times now, so I just wanted to come back to this. He was wondering already earlier, I forgot to get back to it, it felt like he said Eggy had played the opening too cautiously, or I don't remember the exact words, but now he's saying I feel like Eggy could have gone for more in the opening. Do you think it's a result of securing the norm? He seemed to have tried to rush for a draw by trading everything. I don't see it that way at all. I think Eggy out-prepared David Howell clearly, and I think it was David Howell who had to trade off the pieces to avoid being worse.
And also, Eggy doesn't need to secure norm anymore.
Yeah.
He already did so by showing up on the board today. Even if he loses, he will have the norm.
But I guess what he was saying is it because he already had the norm that he played too cautiously? But I don't think so. I think a draw would be Eggy would be perfectly happy with a draw anyway, and I think he was in the driving seat in this game. And it was David Howell who had to find the best moves to even get to this equal-ish ending.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, and in this position, Gormally is absolutely in the driving seat. I mean, all his pieces are well placed now. Remember, a few moves back, if we just go there, it looked like this. bishop on g7, knight on f6, not really participating in the game. Now the situation has changed dramatically. The bishop is nice on f4. The knight is also doing something, going to a6, might come to c5. You know, this position actually looks worse and worse the more I look at it. If black was to move, he would go rook c7, knight c5, so white has to do something about it. Maybe go rook b2 back, so at least you have this idea of to take on b5. But yeah, I mean, this looks very sketchy. Very sketchy. Black's here is a nice control. What about bishop f2? Then I can just go. We do need to check bishop f2, but I think here you can go rook c7, bishop b6, and rook b7, and you shouldn't take on a5, because here that puts you in an awkward place. You cannot defend the bishop on d3, and you cannot move it either. Quite a comical situation.
Evok is asking if Howell and Gawain are number 2 and 3 in England by rating.
No.
No.
Luke must have more, right?
Yeah, I think Luke is slightly above them. Okay, let me check. You talk some more chess.
Yeah, sure. That's what I do. So what is...
Yeah, so Adams, McShane, Sadler is even number... Oh, wow. It's been a lot of shuffling. I didn't even realize. Sadler in 2 and... Sadler in 3 and Short in 4. And Howell is now only number 5 and Gawain only number 6.
Right.
Wow. I didn't realize Nigel had won so much rating.
They're repeating moves, but is Gormally happy with a draw? I would be surprised here. So, bishop c1, rook c2, bishop f4. Maybe he's just asking, you know, he knows, probably, that Tan needs to win. So it's just like asking, you know, do you want to play on, do you want to try on? He's just giving him this option. Because if Tan goes rook b2 here again, Gormally might just take the draw. But we also have to remember a draw in this game would still, of course, keep Justin Tan's GM norm chance alive. There are 2 more games to play. But just, you know, checking it out for Gormally makes a lot of sense. And nothing wrong with repeating moves a couple of times just to see what happens. But I would definitely play on here as black.
And Dover Beach is saying that Sadler is number 1, and you know what this weird rating is? 282. It's a ECF rating. They actually have their own ratings in England. So it could be that in the ECF ratings, Sadler is in front of Mickey, but I guess the big authority are the FIDE ratings.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the question is if you can play on here. After all, I'm just wondering, because white is threatening bishop f2 now, followed by taking on b5. And yeah, maybe you can't really make a case to continue in some way. So it could very well end in a repetition here. After all. By
the way, we need to go back to the top board. Because it seems like Gawain has sacrificed his queen, or what's going on here?
What? I don't see any. Are you kidding me? What is the next move here for white? Resign or? Rook takes b7. Is that? Oh, that's what he wants. Okay. Apologies. Still continues. Rook b8 is the threat. But it's not too difficult to deal with. You can just go bishop f8. And, yeah. Rook takes b7 is on the board. But bishop f8 is quite simple. Also bishop d6 looks, of course, very simple. I mean, it's a queen against a rook. We have to remember here. Even though, okay, you still need to deal with this move. Okay, probably you do need to play bishop f8 at some point. Because, yeah, okay, white can play rook a8. It looks nice. But what do you do next? It's just move my queen. I'm up. Yeah. Okay, this game will be over very soon. and convincing win by Mickey. This game we're just talking about, there might just be this idea sometimes to get a king active. That's why David played f4. Also preparing potentially to get his king into play, not worrying about rook e2 too much.
Okay, can I now? I was wondering, can I play d4
Yeah,
followed
absolutely.
by king d5?
Probably I will set up like this. Because I don't want to go d3 obviously. Run to rook e2, and I don't want to allow your king to go to e4, so I need to play king d3. And yeah, maybe c6 now. I want to go rook b7, but it's just one move too slow. It's white to move, and white can go rook h5. And now I need to be passive. So I think
need to be very passive. I probably...
Yeah, this is uncomfortable now. Rook f7, g4, and you're going to lose. So yeah, black needs to be careful. I mean, d4, d5, king d5 would be desirable, but it might not work out. Unless I can do it in some smarter way.
I
like
think Eggy needs to start being...
Be active?
I was going to say careful.
Careful, active, could be the same.
Yeah.
My point was that now I want to go king d5, but now I can just give the pawn h7. Nope, cannot do it. Yeah, he needs to be careful. I do agree. Because white play is quite simple right now. Just bring the king closer, play g3.
Okay, so
rook
did
h5.
we look... What if I try to get my king to e4? So d4, king... Oh no, but what did
Can't do it.
So you were going to play king d3.
Uh-huh.
Okay, what I was looking at c6, rook a7, rook a3, but I'm messing about g tempi or something.
No, yeah, we said c6, but now rook h5 is coming. That was the position. Yeah. What is he doing here? Yes, some problems to solve.
So what will if Eggy just goes passive with rook f7? Well, he doesn't have to start with rook f7.
No.
The problem is you can't put your king on this fifth rank because of this stupid rook h5, g4.
Actually, right now rook h6 might as well be a threat.
Yeah.
d4 seems the most logical. But yeah, king c2, king d3 is quite a strong plan. One rook e4 doesn't help. White can just play g3.
Yeah. But you can also after rook e4 play rook h6.
Rook h6, yeah, it's also a good point. Those are those little checks that can be quite tricky. Yeah, I'm struggling to suggest a plan for black here.
Let's have a quick look at the engine. I'm not sure how much
Sure.
the engine understands. Yeah,
The
and white
engine
is
likes
already...
white. Ah, this
I
is
would
a nice
hate
plan,
to
though.
I would hate to be right about this, but
This is a nice plan, though, to get the king to b5. Go active. I mean, that's what it's about in the rook end game.
yeah, but allowing this is also far from obvious.
Nope. But at least you're active. Yeah, but clearly far
could
from
be
obvious.
that this is already much worse for black.
Should be okay. But d4, king c2, king d5. Yeah, this is great for white. Yeah, computer agrees. And maybe c6 here to have this idea of rook b7 with king d3. But white plays, so if king d3, black can play rook b7 and hit the pawn on b3, king e2, and now just king d5. And once again go active. But white can play rook h5 here. And now, yeah, rook f7, g3. No. Yeah, and he's played rook f7, and now he's passive. Rook h6 are immediately played by Howell. Yeah, and he might actually lose this, which is sad. But okay,
it's still far from lost, but I just have such a bad feeling now. I mean, I started having a bad feeling when the pieces came off. But okay, in Eggy we believe. We will see if he will manage to hold.
Right.
And this one seems completely gone unless Mickey falls for some back rank mates, which I doubt he will do. So what does he? He has to play either queen e5 or queen f8, right?
Yeah. Probably he'll go queen e5.
And queen e5 is on the board.
Right. I mean, he doesn't worry about his pawn too much. You can always start with bishop f5. Now you have your own threats again, queen e1, and so on.
I think Gawain will resign now, actually.
Knight f3, he might still play.
F3.
When black will probably just play queen e8, cool and collected. You cannot push the pawn right now. Oh, well, you can actually, but there might be this problem now. Now he'll definitely play some more moves, but this would be now an issue. Knight takes d4, just take on g2, and play queen e4 should be sufficient.
I mean, this combination of knight and queen is so strong that after this and taking, surely there must be a mate.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if after, but I was even just wondering after knight if after knight e3 or after
this doesn't work.
This doesn't, but after knight e3 I was wondering if
Knight e3?
after queen takes f2,
Oh, here.
if white can stop
Yeah, I mean, it still continues.
with
C8
queen c6.
queen c6. But even this is probably winning. Well, okay, here, blunder queen e4. But, yeah, it will never get that far.
And Evok is asking if David Howell is good at squeezing these positions out. He's excellent at it. So that's what, I mean, I was saying this earlier. If I were David, of course this is easier said than done, but I was slightly surprised by what we saw in the opening. I thought David would just go for a quiet game, you know, swap some pieces, and then just use his superior technique.
Right.
Indeed, he got a scare in the opening, clearly out-prepared and surprised by Eggy. But now he's in the driving seat again, and Eggy is going to have a tough time defending this one.
Yeah. Yep, that's what happens, you know. David Howell, very good endgame player, and then showing his class there, coming back from a slightly worse position, and now being in control and pressing. And you know, this game actually continues. Justin Tan didn't want to repeat moves here, rook b2, but tries a4.
Okay. Also,
The pawn is pinned.
once again point out that if Justin Tan, he needs to win for the norm.
That's why he plays on, yes. Rook b8. Now bishop f2. Rook c7. This is double-edged though, what he's doing, of course. He wants to get it today, and he might get it today. He might, but who knows? Alright, what's happening here? Can I just go rook b2? Oh, there's knight c5. A lot of stuff going on. Bishop takes b5. But now knight takes a4 might work.
Yeah, I'm confused. There's too many pieces around for me.
Bishop takes a4, rook takes b2. Cannot take on d7 because this rook is hanging, so I need to take back. Takes here. Rook a2. Yes, rook c4. So that's fine for black. He just played rook b2. So knight c5 I think is forced, otherwise white just takes on b5. No, knight c5 is forced. I don't want to take this one because that would just leave me hopelessly weak on the dark squares, as well as allow black to defend this pawn. So knight c5 will happen. Now I need to take like this. And yeah, the question is if knight takes a4 works, but from what we just saw, it might work. And this seems to be all pretty forced. Takes, yeah, this is only move, this is only move, this is only move. Now, I could also consider bishop b6.
Rook b7.
But then, yeah, I know, it doesn't make sense to go into this pin. So probably rook a2, rook c4, and now bishop b6. But feels like this is not enough.
Yeah.
For example, bishop b3, rook takes a5, bishop c2, and we are heading towards a draw. Draw. So
Okay,
there might be some details still
Yeah.
that we missed, but I don't know which one. We'll
I
see.
was going to move on and see if we can find any time scrambles or see if anyone, because all these players have enough time.
Surely
Nick Pert against Marcus Osborne.
Nick is having enough time, plus a completely winning
Yeah.
position. Marcus Osborne is in time trouble, but even if he had 50 hours, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
So this is game over.
Then Chris Ward against John Ems.
This seemed to have turned a little bit in White's favor. I like this knight on f5. So what happened here? He played this maneuver. Oh, John didn't go for bishop g7. Didn't like it for some reason. Played queen e7. Okay, and the knight came to d4. Black is going into the endgame, but is having a nice knight on f5. And pawns are equal. Takes. Well, then again, the black rooks are pretty nicely placed, so probably black is completely fine, in fact. But this knight is good. Hold on, he has played b4. That's also, of course, very interesting. Black cannot take because of rook takes a6, so rook c2. Now knight d4, black probably plays rook d2. So that doesn't help much. I don't want to go e3 really, it just feels wrong. And what if b takes a5? Probably black has to take. Rook takes.
Can I take?
You can take in any way you wish.
How do I want to take? With the... I'm not sure.
Probably with this rook.
And then if white takes? Take with
Then you again have a choice. No, actually here you don't have a choice. This would be losing. Because in the end Yeah, both pieces are attacked. So here you will need to take back with the bishop. But this seems fine for black. Completely fine.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe not b takes a5. Well, you could play b takes. Can you play b5? No, just bishop takes. Oh, hold on, 96. Not 94 rook b2, but 96.
Yeah, but I can
Rook
take.
takes e2.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Tricked myself.
Yeah.
Tricked myself. This is not good. So b5 doesn't work. Yeah, maybe he's just going to take on a5, play 94, rook d2, and now e3, but this is just looking wrong. I mean, here rook b8 even.
Mm-hmm.
Just wrong. I think black's fine, yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
absolutely.
let's come back to this because Gawain is trying to push his c-pawn.
He is. Look at this. Well,
So allowing queen e1.
yeah, probably just queen e1 and just bishop f5. Not queen takes f2, rook b8, but just bishop f5 here. You know, you can have my bishop. I'll take on f2 and play 93. So g4. Nah, even here, just queen takes f2. 93 is coming, and then it's time to call it a day.
Yeah.
So queen e1. After other moves, I just take on f2 anyway. Here I play bishop f5. I mean, this one is also a hand we shouldn't forget. Yeah, I think here Gawain can resign.
With a clear conscience.
Very clear conscience, yeah.
And what is Eggy doing? Eggy is gone full passive now.
He might have this plan now, but it takes a long time, of course.
And queen e1 is on the board, by the way. Okay, so...
He has played king b6, g4.
Mhm.
But this is too slow, it feels like. I think Eggy's going for this, but it's too slow, probably. It's just too slow. I think he's just going... he took on g4 first. Probably now he's going to play king b5. But... I mean, king b4, there's even just rook takes c6. Yeah, sorry to tell you, I think he's just gonna go down here.
What does the engine say?
Engine
Probably
says white is
Yeah.
clearly better, if not winning. Engine wants to go c4, but it's not a move you happily make. No, he will lose. I'm pretty certain. Yeah, very, very unfortunate. I wonder where it all went wrong. I mean, back here, when he entered this endgame.
I remember
Looked
I
pretty
said
nice.
to you, surely he can't lose this, and you were like,
Yeah,
no,
and
and
I
I was
agreed.
like, oh.
I agreed, but
Yeah.
I also said those rook and games, you
Are
never
tricky,
know.
yeah.
Yeah. Now we said here a4 maybe. And rook e1. Yeah, just take. And just take on b3. And here, you know, I can play rook b8. And at least white is not going to activate the rook. That's the
Yeah.
difference. I mean, white will take much longer. I mean, that would be very safe, yeah? Just rook b8. Or rook b8 here. Just keep the pawn on board for now.
Yeah.
And that would be very safe. Yeah, him allowing white to activate the rook here, rook c2, rook c3, that was unfortunate, made it more difficult for him.
Could he stop rook c3 with d4?
Yeah, he could have. But yeah, rook c4, but even this, okay. I can just put my king on b5. Yeah, he could have done plenty of things, but the way he played it in f5, Seem to create another weakness
But I
here.
think also kudos to David Howell. I mean, I've seen this happen so many times. Just give him the slightest chance and he will grab it in a heartbeat, you know. He's very merciless like this. As soon as you give him a tiny chance.
He'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he's 2650 as well. 2660 even. Okay, bishop f5's on the board, and we expect Gawain to resign here. Just no hope. d2 is hanging, f2 is hanging. And no more tricks, really. Not even bishop e4. Well, bishop e4, it's not even a trick. I can just take if c7. We have a pleasant choice between taking on d2, which just strikes me as simple as this bishop will always give himself for the pawn, and that's it.
Yeah, someone's even in the chat saying Gawain had resigned. I think not yet, but I think he will resign now, really.
Very shortly.
Yeah.
How is this game continuing? Ah, this idea again, bishop c1. So annoying for white, yeah? And maybe this time they will repeat. Yes. Let's see. 1, 2. Okay. And if bishop f4 back, is this the third time? Yep. See, I just called it. Yeah, this bishop c1 idea really saved it for Gormally here, it looks like. Even though we said that even knight c5 might be fine. Yeah, bishop c1. If rook b3, the problem is that now knight c5 is hitting both rook and bishop, and you don't want to take on c5. That's for sure, and then white just didn't have any other move here.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to go crazy either. Like we said, Justin can still make his GM norm in the next 2 rounds. He just needs to win probably at some point. Game Niclas Pert is also, Niclas Pert against Marcus Osborne is also over, since white is winning this bishop.
I think we're headed towards a very short day today, actually. I think
Well,
all the top games...
top boards, at least,
yeah,
yeah.
I think they could all be decided by time controllers.
Oh, he found another move. He found another move, but what if I just take?
I just glanced over to my other computer and taking is plus 50.
Plus 50?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what his trick is here. Probably, so, I don't know, probably wants to do something like this, yeah? And c7, but knight takes f2 is already threatening checkmate. Yeah, I mean, this must be his only idea, but it just doesn't work. Rook e7, you know. I just take on f2, play knight e3. Yeah. So Adams will just make sure real quick that there are no last tricks. He has overlooked, then take on e4.
And Eggy has gone for this computer c4 suggestion.
Yeah.
But it's now looking very, very dodgy.
Yeah, rook d6 a nice prophylactic move. Aimed against rook d7 to stop this attack on the pawn. King c5, and probably the rook will just go to d8 now. And white will just continue to push. And win. That's pretty much what's going to happen. Yeah, David didn't struggle too much with the time. The position was simple to play, especially then after he was able to activate the rook. And quite a turnaround. It looked not so great for him in the opening, but he got himself out of there, and that's why he is a very strong grandmaster. And we're going down this line, rook b8, king h7. Yeah, I don't know what he's gonna play here. Probably take on e4, because c7, just queen takes f2. So take on e4, queen takes, c7, knight takes f2, and resign.
He actually just took on e4.
Yep, that's what we were looking at.
Oh.
Yeah, and knight takes f2, threatening checkmate. Only move to avoid is king g1. But you know, you don't have to look at this anymore. You just know that this is not going to end well. I can take on h3 first of all. You go back. I play knight f2 again. You just have to go back, and then what do I even do? I don't even know.
Just repeat moves.
Repeat moves. Knight g4 looks possible. I mean, both players know that this is game over. Oh, hold on. Here, I might have bungled it again. Yeah.
But even then, I
So I
can't see
think
anything after queen h8, king g6,
Yeah, rook b6,
f6,
queen
King-
e8.
queen king h7. Oh no, h5
yeah.
is hanging.
This is already too far. Let's keep it simple here and just play one or two more precise
That's
moves.
the position on the board, by the way.
Yeah, that is position. Yeah, what else? You know,
There must
just
be.
like this. Okay, let's just, you know, do it very simple.
Okay.
Just very simple. Okay. No queen for you,
Yeah.
Mr. Jones. And of course, if king f1, I mean, anything, guys, really. What do I say? I'll get this pawn in all the variations. I'm pretty confident. So here, for example. So this game will be over in a heartbeat.
It's actually, we should find this. It's mate in 7.
Made in 7. Okay, Fiona, let's find it.
Shouldn't be able to escape.
Here, there we go.
Uh-huh.
3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if I quite made it, but close enough. Yeah. Anyways, pleasant choice for
Mickey, yeah.
Mickey. Yeah, he took an h3 first of all. That doesn't hurt.
I think he's going to go for the
course.
human.
You just play queen
yeah.
c2. I mean, it's like, what the heck? Like, why am I even playing this still? This is ridiculous. What are you dreaming of here, Gawain? Yeah. So we'll just wait for this game to finish and then take a little break. And in the meantime...
Yeah, and he's played queen c2. And
C2.
Gawain will resign now.
Here, rook d8. Rook has gone to d8. And what is black going to do? King b4?
Yep, the game is over. Mickey Adams beat Gawain Jones with the black pieces, and he's now... well, he was the sole leader before this round. He still is the sole leader on 8 out of 9.
What a performance.
Yeah. And it's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, Radio Jan congratulated Mickey on his victory already 2 hours ago or something. Tournament victory. So, yeah, I mean, we shouldn't congratulate him just yet, but he's been showing excellent chess these last couple of days. I didn't really see the games from the start of the tournament, but his game against David Howell 2 days ago and yesterday against Eggleston today were very impressive. Yeah.
I mean, yesterday and today, just very clean wins. He made it look easy against a top grandmaster like Gawain Jones. With the black pieces, just outplayed him. No chance for Gawain. Yeah, and like we emphasized several times, we pinpointed at the opening choice of Gawain going for this reverse Benoni, where he just found himself in a position with less space and not many ambitions really, and just had to sit and watch how Adams improved his position, then played the thematic e4 break, and then just hell broke loose and white went down without any chance. All right, we're going to take a quick break because the time control has been reached.
When we come back, we're going to have to, you were saying Gawain just had to sit and watch. I think David Eggleston's going to have to sit and watch and check David Howell's technique, but...
Yeah, will be a tough time for Eggy.
Yeah.
He'll still try. And rook and games, like I said many times, they're tricky. Still some chances even when you don't expect it. So we can't write him off completely yet, but David Howell is the big favorite right now to win this game. All right, we'll be back shortly.
Stay tuned.
And welcome back, everybody, to the live coverage of the British Chess Championship. We still have some games going on, particularly the game on board 2. I think we should move a little bit to the side. I'll come a little bit closer so I'm not out of the picture. So what is going on here? Quite a turnaround. What happened here, Fiona?
Well, as we discussed before the break, I think David Eggleston, as usual, showed excellent preparation, out-prepared David Howell and also surprised him to some extent. They were following a game Korchnoi against Peter Heine Nielsen, which David Howell obviously wasn't familiar with. And then Eggy got a slight edge with the black pieces, and then they ended up in this ending, which should be slightly favorable for black. But then, as I sadly predicted, Eggy does struggle with endgames from time to time, and David Howell excels at them. And I think it all went wrong when, as you pointed out before the break, when Eggy let David Howell activate his rook along the third rank.
Yeah.
And from that point on, David Howell did just play the best moves, again as expected, and I think now he's going to take home the full point.
Yeah, probably now after rook a1, which was just played, he can just go f6, and if rook f1, just g5. Get the pawns a little bit closer. You can never go h6 for obvious reasons. And then you'll just bring the king closer. And black doesn't have counterplay. That's the black problem, really. I mean, you would need to do something like this here, yeah, king b4. But I can just always play rook c8. And what do you do? c5? Well.
But even if I keep my rook on d1, can I not simply bring my king?
Yeah, you can do this as well. I mean, the idea must be to go c3.
Yeah, but that must
even
be
then,
too slow, surely.
Yeah, I mean, even here, white can just win the c6 pawn. So, yeah, f6 seems to be obvious continuation. I guess you could also start with g5 if you're so inclined, but just f6, rook f1, g5, and you might even go for this pawn. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, you might just play rook h8, and no hope. The king is just king's just cut off here on the d file. That was not what I want to do. I think I just closed. Lawrence managed to do this once in the previous show. He just closed the live chess viewer, which was quite unfortunate. But we're back in just a moment. There we are. That was quick. Yeah, just f6, rook f1, g5. And what I wanted to say when I somehow closed the live viewer is that the king is cut off from the d file, from the action where the king would need to be over there even then. Obviously it would be hard for black, but the king is so wrong placed.
And f6 is on the board, and I think we're in for a rather short day, at least when it comes to the top boards, because a lot of the top boards have finished. So on board 1, we will repeat it, but you all know it by now. Mickey Adams won a very nice game with the black pieces, with some help, we have to say, by Gawain Jones, who something went wrong there straight from the opening. But yeah, another clean game by Mickey, who's now on 8 out of 9, and I doubt anyone will be able to take this title from him.
Right.
Then David Howell, if he wins, he's going to be his closest pursuant on 7 out of 8, but he's already played Mickey. 7 out of 9, sorry. And then behind that, a group of 4 players on 6.5.
Yeah, we still have some games going on, but none of them. Chris Ward, they're on 5.5.
Yeah, so they could still join the 6.5.
They could still join a group of 6.5 players, but unlikely. So
probably
seems like this will enter a draw. Yeah. Anything else would be a huge surprise to me.
Okay, so let's see what else we've got. Maybe we'll find some game we never usually look at.
Sure. This game is still going on.
Yeah. So we looked at this earlier.
Yeah. Looks just equal.
Yeah.
Queens come off.
Would be the first draw for Tamas in this
Would
tournament.
be, yeah. He'll probably still try to not have that happen,
Yeah.
but
He's also another Cheddleton player, a very fighting player. He always wants to play and fight. He's not one for quick draws and not one for draws altogether.
yeah, and he keeps the queens on the board, but this
Mhm.
queen is really active. Probably I can even play some queen d3 here. Hit this bishop, and
Yeah, I wonder if he
Sometimes
could
Black even might-
possibly
activate himself.
get over ambitious, but I guess it's hard.
Could
Can
happen.
I just play bishop b3?
Bishop b3, yeah, but no, already rook c1. I would
But
be
I
a little
want
bit
to
scared.
target your f7 pawn, but you're saying I'm
Who's
too
going
slow.
to be first to
Mhm.
strike? That's the question. Yeah,
Yeah.
you definitely need to calculate some stuff here.
Yeah.
Rook f4, queen f1, king f3. This already looks quite scary and could end badly. Who knows? Yeah, queen e2. I don't know. But this is looking pretty good for black, probably. In the worst case, rook takes f3 here,
Mhm.
and h5 should win for black, because there's bishop d2.
It's mate.
So queen d3 looks like an obvious move. Of course, white doesn't have to go for this, but yeah, you need to consider rook c1. And black has some play, so I think black is completely fine.
Mhm.
What else do we have? Martin Brown versus Peter Wills. That looks exciting.
So this was this Grunfeld,
This
and
was the Grunfeld. Indeed, you're
black's
right.
pawn have come a long way.
They've come a long way. It looks like black's winning.
Wow.
I mean, if you go rook b5, just go
A3.
a3.
There's no stopping them.
Now stopping them. So,
And the problem is, even if white try to play with rook and knight,
yeah, the
there's
problem is
still
this
this
pawn.
a-pawn here.
This is a huge problem for Peter. And this looks like an upset
Yeah.
by Martin Brown.
And Martin
who's-
Brown, who's having a great tournament, winning 25 points already.
Yeah.
Uh,
Also hasn't had a draw yet.
And you know, Peter Wells is one of the only two players who managed to take half a point off. Well, you probably know because you were commentating on it.
Yep, he took a draw from Michael Adams.
Yeah.
But today it looks like he won't take a draw. What happened here? Oh, well, this position already looks not so great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And knight takes c7, knight c6, and b3. And
Nicely
b2.
played by black, though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's move on. I think this one's gone.
Yeah.
I don't really see what white can do. Mhm. A lot of games are decided already today. What's going on? Okay, here we have one. Marcus Harvey against Donald Mason.
What is going on? White is up a pawn.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, this looks like we'll head towards a draw, though. The queens will come off the board, and then the question is if white can do anything, but
Probably
no,
not.
probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. This game is still going on, but probably not for much longer, because white is ready to pick up the bishop, and that will be it. Probably black is pondering whether to resign right now. Yeah. Looks like a lot of the games have
Yeah.
been decided already. Let's return to our board 2 game. David Eggleston has played
And I
rook
think-
e1 check.
Both moves win for white. King f4 and king f2.
So if king f2, his idea is to go rook e6.
And g5.
So after f7, rook f6, but now g5 would introduce this idea again. So rook e5, and now
Can just move my king away too, though. Yeah, maybe this might even be enough.
and king f4, rook g1.
Okay, must be an easier way to do this.
Yeah,
It's
must be
probably
an easier
still
way.
winning, but
yeah. Yeah, probably just going forward
King
doesn't
f4,
hurt
yeah.
either. Well, let me see this again. King f2, rook e6, g5, rook e5. Well, I can also probably, I could play rook g8,
yeah.
but not sure if I want it. Because that would allow your king to get back.
Okay.
King d6. Yeah, but this also looks pretty convincing. Now threaten f7, you can't go king e6 because of rook e8. And what else is there to do? Rook f5, but now just king g4, rook moves, and rook h4, and rook h8, excuse me. I just have to escape the checks here, that's the only issue. Yeah, but I should manage. Just go to e4. And that's it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you're saying, king f4 or king f2, not king f3. That would drop the f6 pawn. But probably David will avoid this.
Let's just see if we had a result in the Peter Wells game.
I think John is still... Oh, the Peter Wells game.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that was over because I was struggling.
Nah, not over yet. And this game will not be over anytime soon either, it looks like. Black is still trying a little bit, and it is true, he can try. King f2, d4. But yeah, just play king e1, push your rook away. But yeah, now rook c4 might just equalize on the spot. Because you cannot defend the pawn.
Oh, it might do more than equalize if I win.
Yeah, I can play
Ah, you
d3.
can, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, black always will have enough play here. Yeah. King f2 is on the board, and John Epps played rook a2. Yeah, he will try on for a little bit, certainly. But, like I said, anything else than a draw would very much surprise me.
I'm surprised that David Howell is taking so long. I'm not sure what he's thinking about. But okay, let's let him think and move on.
Yeah, should we go down the ranks, see what else is there? I just scrolled randomly.
Oscar Hackner against Ellen Pleasant.
I smell mate. King g4 looks good. Black can still defend though. But this is all looking...
The pawn also looks dangerously close.
Yeah. I think now it's already game over. Black could also give this check though. But then king g3 maybe. Seems to be quite precise. Now king f4, threatening checkmate again, threatening the rook. Rook h3. Yeah, still gotta be precise. These
Hackner
rooking
just
games.
gave the check right away.
Yeah. King g5.
But this pawn must queen surely, no? f7, king g3. Oh no, how do I want to go to? I guess I
Now
want.
you're threatening rook a5 at least.
Yeah. Okay, but what after rook f2?
Rook a5 now.
No, but
You
I
meant
meant
the other
the
one,
other
yeah?
rook, yeah, but maybe I can, yeah. And in the Howell game, king f4 is on the board. We don't need to go there right now.
This doesn't strike me as clear yet.
Yeah.
Because now it is a checkmate. I'm not sure about this rook h1 move. King g5. He has to play f7 here. Rook f6 check. Of course I can also go to e4.
I'll still go rook f2, I guess. Maybe I can play this ending, take on a3 in the worst case. But I'm not sure I want to give up this pawn just yet.
Yeah, my feeling is there was something more convincing here. We just check. No, rook h1 the best move. King g4. Rook e4 doesn't do much. Rook h1, king g5, f7, rook f6. Yeah, indeed, this endgame that you just pointed out is White's best try. And yeah, that's
going
not
to
that
go
clear.
on for a while.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That will go on for a while.
Did Pete play another move?
Pete?
Peter Wells.
Peter Wells. Nah, he will lose anyway.
There's so many games.
He did play a move. He took the knight, played knight e6. Yeah, but you're not even threatening anything.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And I mean, maybe he's hoping to get a knight exchange against a pawn, but even that is not going to happen. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with just pushing. No
And the
checks that
Tamash.
worry me.
Maybe let's update Tamash. Yeah, this one is just gone, I believe.
And thank you to Blue Haze for complimenting us on our performance. Yeah, queen a4, queen c5 was played, not queen d3, which I fancied. Queen c5. Yeah. It's also a lot of sense. This bishop is a little bit loose. Bishop b3. But now probably she just wants to exchange queens, and that would really take everything there is to play for out of the position.
Agreed.
So what do I do? Bishop a8, just rook c8, chasing the bishop. Rook d4 looks awkward. Cannot be a right move. Bishop c3 already. Cannot draw arrows, but Tamash has played queen b3, and this is where the queen is coming from.
Yeah.
In fact, that might be the third time. Yep, it's a long 3-time repetition here because this position has occurred on the board, and there's the draw. All right, yeah. The first draw for Tamash.
And Aggie has played rook d1.
Going for the tricks.
Yep.
But king g5 immediately on the board. So what's going on here? c3? Just f7, yeah? Rook f1. Check. Takes.
And there are no c2 tricks.
This is this. And c2. Rook f1.
King.
King d4.
But okay, I guess after king h.
King h6. King d3.
Must be much faster.
Takes. Yeah, I think we can stop counting here.
Yeah.
So, any other tricks for black? c3. I mean, I have to go f7, but I don't mind I have to do this because it's winning. I'm queening with check 2, which is why you don't have time to go c2. So rook f1 is the only move. Yeah, d4 doesn't help me. No. I'll just go down this line that we just looked at. It's pretty straightforward. C takes d2. Rook d8 just picks up the pawn on d2. So c2 is the only move. And now rook f1. And yeah, it's unfortunate for black that he still has a pawn here. Otherwise, this would be a draw.
You mean it's unfortunate
It's
that
unfortunate white has a pawn, exactly. Yeah. This pair of pawns is still on the board. That's what I meant. Yeah. But there are no tricks. It's just so straightforward. And Eggy will lose.
Yep. There's not really...
But I'm sure he's not too... He will not be too upset.
I think he will still be pretty upset.
He will be upset, but then he will remind himself, I made a GM norm.
Yeah. But there's also money to play. There's money at stake. The top places. And he's had such a brilliant tournament. And it's such a big moral victory to out-prepare David like that with black pieces. And that it feels like an even greater shame to then ruin it.
He has played against 7 Grandmasters now in a row.
Yeah.
That's good. It's not easy to do, guys. Yeah, c3 on the board, f7 on the board. They'll play these moves quickly. There's no deviation, really. There are no tricks.
Yeah, he did play
Rook f1. f8 will be played immediately. And yeah, they're just going down this line we just looked at. But no chances anymore for Eggy.
Okay, so let's maybe just, because we're going to end this broadcast when this game is over, so let's remind you last time of the standings. Maybe we can even show them.
Yeah, definitely, we can. We can do a lot of things here. Hold on. One moment, there they are. Yep.
Yep, there
Michael
they are.
Adams commanding lead with 8 out of 9. David Howell will win this game and be on 7 out of 9, which is also a decent result so far. But 1 point behind the leader still. And then with a pack of players on 6.5, 4 players. We're not expecting
Chris Ward or John Ems, both of
to
them
join.
are on 5.5, but it looks like a draw is the most likely outcome in their game.
Right.
So another interesting subplot. I think the plot for the title is pretty much over. Mickey Adams will become the British champion in 2016. It's going to be interesting whether Justin Tan can score a GM norm. Of course, it's not. He's Australian, so people might care about it a little less, but yeah. Still some interesting games to look
David
forward
Howell,
to.
I mean, he'll try all he can to win his last 2 games, and he has played. Let's see against
Also,
who David Howell has played.
another question is, who is Mickey Adams going to play tomorrow? He has played, so he will play Danny Gormally. I think Danny is the only player in the 6.5 group Mickey hasn't faced yet, right?
Yeah, probably. Let's find out. And now he's played against Justin Tan. He has won against him. He has won against Niclas Pert. No, hold on. I'm saying too much here. He has drawn against Niclas Pert. Yeah, he has played against Howell. So Gormally must be the only one.
Yeah, so he will play Gormally tomorrow. And they are going down this race. But the problem for Eggy is, let's maybe remove the standings from... Yep.
Well, the problem is he's just a bunch of moves too slow, and I don't know what he's trying to accomplish here. Well, actually it's just 1 move too slow. I need to correct myself. If you would get your pawn to c2, it would be a draw, but just 1 move. Well, that's unfortunate. But now white will just give a bunch of checks, and and then you have to sit in front of the pawn, king gets closer, and here, yeah, just repeat the process pretty
and
much.
the computer is showing was showing a mate in 14.
Queen g1 is on the board, and yeah, Eggy might as well resign. Queen d4 will be played, king b3, queen d3, king b2, queen b5, check, check. You always end up in this scenario, and then white would just bring the king closer, closer. Actually, here I don't even need to move anything. I can just go queen e1 in this case. So in this situation.
Thank you, Paul, for your nice words. Have a lovely evening too, and then hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, same time, round 10, 2:30 p.m. British time, 3:30 here in Central Europe. Round 10, penultimate round of the tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, and people are pointing out, if the pawn would get to c2, if white messes up like this, this would be a draw. The problem here is for white that, let's just get there real quick, that in this situation, black can always move the king to the side, and that's the issue with bishop pawns. White cannot take because of stalemate, but then white also doesn't have another move to stop the c-pawn from queening and still keeping the king out. So this is a draw. But with the pawn in the third rank, white always wins, and now after queen d4, David Eggleston will most likely throw his head. Is that what you say?
Throw the towel in.
Throw the towel. Throw the head.
Ah,
No,
the head?
doesn't make
I thought
sense.
his head.
Nah, that would be too much.
That would be too much.
Nah, throw it, that's not an expression.
I think they
Throw
say
the towel, yeah. Anyways, he will.
I think he will
Shake
play another
hands.
move.
Nah.
Huh?
Maybe king b3, king g6. It's like, yeah, what do you do? Yes, so then it will be really the race between Michael Adams and David Howell. Yeah, and what I actually want to point out earlier, David, he will try all he can to win his last two games. So just in case that Michael Adams...
If there's a slip up.
No. Even if Michael Adams just draws his last two
Yeah.
games, he would catch him. And as far as I understand, force a tiebreak.
Mm-hmm. Oh, am I...
A rapid and blitz playoff will take place in case of a tie. Alright.
And you're right, he did throw in the towel.
Told you.
So 1-0 in this game. Shame for Eggy. But there you go. I mean, he has his GM norm, which is the most important thing. So thank you to all of you guys for watching us, for participating in the chat, for your questions, for your comments. And Niclas and I will be back tomorrow to take you through round 10. So have a lovely evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks to Fiona. And we'll see you back here tomorrow. Same time, same place. 2:30 UK time. Have a great night. Goodbye.
Bye. Oh,